In the heart of the mountains lies a town that should not exist anymore. Its streets are empty, its windows dark, but stories linger here like echoes that refuse to fade. Travelers vanish. Footsteps follow where no one walks. The few who return bring tales of voices, shifting buildings, and rules no one dares to break. These are not campfire legends. They are true unsolved mysteries from the abandoned mountain town. And tonight, we step inside. My name is Annika Sandoval, field researcher for the Utah Division of Conservation and Land Use. I've been with the department for a little over 5 years, mostly working alone, mapping, cataloging, and occasionally restoring segments of old trails that either fallen out of use or were slowly being reclaimed by the desert. Most people imagine that work like mine is quiet, even peaceful, and to be fair, it often is. But there's a kind of silence that stops being peaceful after too long. I didn't understand that until Utah, until last spring. That trip wasn't supposed to be remarkable. I was assigned to document an unregistered section of trail running between the Red Canyons east of Moab. The old maps labeled it Trail 17B, though that name didn't mean much. Many of these paths had been established by early surveyors in the early 1900s, and then forgotten when routes were shifted or funding ran out. My task was simple: follow what remained of the trail, log coordinates, and mark trees or rocks with biodegradable ribbons so future teams could trace my path. Nothing heroic, just methodical. I left on a Tuesday morning in late April. The air was still cold enough that my breath misted. I remember the first hour clearly because everything looked sharper than it does now. Each ridge washed in gold. The dust still damp from last week's rain, my boots pressing soft impressions into the soil. I carried a 40-liter pack tent, rations, GPS, compass, field notebook, spare ribbons, and a lightweight camera for documentation. I checked my phone signal at the trailhead. No bars. That wasn't unusual. The first day went smoothly. I made steady progress along the faint outline of a footpath winding between Punnian pines and juniper. Every half mile, I tied a strip of pale, green ribbon around a trunk, marked the location in my logbook, and noted any significant landmarks. I made camp near a small dry creek, bed just before sunset. I remember eating freeze, dried pasta, sketching a few formations by headlamp, then turning in early. The night was silent enough that I could hear the crackle of the fire dying down long after I closed my eyes. The next morning, I woke early, packed up, and continued north. Around mid-morning, I noticed the wind had changed, coming from the east now, carrying a dry, metallic smell. The land seemed flatter, emptier. The trail narrowed between clusters of cedar and brush, and the soil turned a dull gray, as if the color had been pulled out of it. I didn't think much of it then. Utah's terrain shifts like that all the time. I remember checking my watch around 10 a.m. and realizing I'd covered nearly 6 miles. I stopped for a drink, leaning against a tree where I'd tied one of the ribbons the day before. The ribbon was gone. At first I thought I'd tied it too loosely, and it had blown off in the wind. It happens. But then I noticed the bark where the ribbon had been. 3 shallow carvings, side by side, about 1 inch long each. They weren't letters or numbers, more like lines and hooks intersecting in uneven patterns. Not random scratches, either. Someone, or something, had taken deliberate care to mark them. I took a photo and made a note in my logbook. Marker replaced with carvings. Unidentified origin. I tied a new ribbon a few trees down and moved on, uneasy but trying not to dwell on it. It was public land, after all. Maybe some kids had been camping nearby. Maybe it was an old sign from a hunting group or a survey crew I didn't know about. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the lines had been freshly cut. The exposed wood hadn't even darkened yet. By sunset, I reached the ridge where I planned to camp for the night. The sky turned amber and then violet, and the temperature dropped fast. I remember sitting on a rock, eating in silence, looking down at the miles I'd covered. The desert was spread out below like a map, but only I could read. No sound except the steady whisper of wind. That night, I dreamed I was walking the same trail again, but the ribbons were everywhere. Hundreds of them fluttering in the dark, wrapping the trees so thickly that I couldn't see the bark. Each ribbon had something written on it, though I couldn't read the words. I woke up sweating, my pulse racing. The moonlight had shifted across my tent, thin and pale. I checked my watch, 3:17 a.m. I didn't sleep much after that. The following morning, I retraced part of my route to double, checked the markings from the day before. I wanted to confirm that the carvings hadn't been my imagination, or that maybe I'd misread the signs in poor light. But when I reached the first marked tree, the second ribbon, the one I'd replaced, was gone too, and another carving had appeared just below it. This one was different, 2 overlapping circles, with a line drawn straight through the center. The cuts were deeper, rougher, and made with something sharp but unsteady. That was the first time I felt something close to fear. Not a rush of panic, but that quiet, measured kind that creeps into your bones when something doesn't fit the rules you live by. I took more photos. The GPS logged the coordinates fine, but when I tried to upload them to my offline map, the app froze. I tried again, same result. I made a note to reset the device later and continued forward. By late afternoon, clouds began building to the west, dark and heavy. I decided to set up camp earlier than planned. I found a relatively flat clearing near a split boulder, staked the tent, and started a small fire before the wind picked up. It was while gathering firewood that I saw the third symbol. This one wasn't carved into a tree. It was etched into the rock itself, low to the ground, half hidden by brush. The same 2 circles crossed by a line, but this time surrounded by a ring of smaller marks that looked like letters, though none I recognized. The edges were crisp, fresh. I crouched there for a while, feeling that strange pull between curiosity and the urge to leave. I'd seen petroglyphs before, authentic ones, but this wasn't that. This was newer, desperate even. The lines wavered in places, as though whoever made them had been in a hurry or their hand was shaking. When I got back to camp, I wrote down everything. Every detail of the shape, its position, its size. I even traced a rough sketch. But when I looked at it again later that night, the drawing didn't look quite right, as if the proportions had shifted in my memory. That evening, the storm finally broke. I sat inside my tent, listening to the rain drum against the nylon, steady and rhythmic. The sound was almost soothing until I realized it wasn't constant. Every so often, there was a pause, a few seconds of absolute silence. Then the rain would start again, softer, almost deliberate, like someone stopping and starting a faucet outside. I told myself it was wind patterns. It had to be. When I woke the next morning, the rain had stopped, the ground glistening with damp earth. My boots were heavier with mud, and the air smelled clean but strange. too sweet. I packed up and was about to start hiking when I noticed the back heel of my left boot. There was a mark burned into the leather, faint but visible. 2 circles in a line. I ran my finger over it, half expecting it to be just dirt or an impression from a rock. It wasn't. The grooves were shallow but real, the same pattern I'd seen carved into the tree. I sat there for a long time, not writing, not taking photos, just staring. The logical part of my brain went into overdrive, trying to build a timeline, some rational sequence that made sense. Maybe I'd brushed against something heated near the fire. Maybe I'd pressed the sole against a sharp rock while sleeping. But no shape that's specific happens by accident. I should have turned back then. I know that now, but I didn't. Instead, I told myself that the project needed closure, that I just needed to finish mapping the final segment before heading home. I convinced myself that whatever was happening was just coincidence, misinterpretation, exhaustion. And maybe, at the time, I even believed it. So I kept walking. The day grew colder despite the sun being out. The light felt flatter, the sky washed out to a dull gray-blue. Even the birds were gone. Every so often, I'd glance behind me and think I saw movement. A shift between the trees, something pale and quick. But every time I stopped, there was nothing. By early evening, I reached a wide clearing where the trail seemed to end abruptly. The soil there was darker, almost black. I took a GPS reading, checked my compass, and felt the faint tug of relief that comes when you know you've reached the last coordinate on your map. But then I noticed something odd. It's a cluster of ribbons scattered on the ground. My ribbons. They were the same pale, green ones I'd tied along the way. Some still knotted, others ripped clean through. I picked one up damp and streaked with dirt, and saw faint lines carved into the bark fragments still attached. Same symbols. Dozens of them. I didn't take any more photos after that. I just stood there for a long time listening. The wind had stopped. The air was too still. When I finally made camp that night, I couldn't bring myself to light a fire. The sound of the flames seemed too loud in my imagination. I sat inside the tent, boots still on, knife within reach, notebook open in my lap but empty. I must have dozed off at some point, because when I opened my eyes again, the first light of dawn was seeping through the tent wall. And when I stepped outside, the ribbons I'd collected were gone. Only the carvings remained, dozens of them, newly etched into the trunks surrounding my campsite, circling me in every direction. I don't remember tying my pack that morning. I don't remember breaking down the tent. I just know that I started walking south, fast, not looking back. But by midday, something else changed. The trees I passed were no longer the same ones from before. They carried carvings too. Fresh ones following me like breadcrumbs. And that's when I realized the trail markers weren't leading me anywhere. They were rearranging themselves around me. I kept walking. That was all I knew to do. The trail, if it could still be called that, had dissolved into open country. Patches of brush, low stone ridges, and stretches of sand that looked the same in every direction. My compass needle twitched constantly, never settling. The GPS screen had frozen hours earlier. The numbers stuck mid, refreshed like a held breath. I tried to retrace my steps using landmarks, but they'd changed too. A boulder I'd photographed on the first day was gone. Or maybe I'd misremembered its location. The cluster of cedar trees I used as a reference point was there 1 minute and then lost behind a slope the next. as though the land were folding in on itself when I looked away. By late afternoon, I admitted I was lost. Not the ordinary kind, either. The kind where you know roughly which direction the car is but can't find the exact path. This was deeper. It was the feeling that every direction led back toward itself. I set my pack down to rest and took a slow drink of water, trying to think through it logically. The mind wants order. It will invent reason even where there isn't any. I told myself I'd simply misjudged distances, that the light was playing tricks. It helped for maybe a minute. Then I noticed a carving on the ground beside me. The same pattern. 2 circles in a line. But this one was etched into the dirt itself. Not drawn carved. The edges were clean, as if someone had pressed a blade deep into the packed soil. I brushed it with my glove and found the mark continued beneath the surface, looping around small stones like a root system. When I stood, there were more. Dozens of them, faintly visible around the base of nearby trees. I packed up and started walking again, faster now. I didn't bother marking anything. The idea of leaving another ribbon felt absurd, almost disrespectful, as if I were adding to something I didn't understand. As the light began to fade, I spotted a small ridge to the west, just high enough to see beyond the low forest. I climbed it, hoping to spot a road or creek bed that could orient me. From the top, the land stretched endlessly, brown and gray and indifferent. I couldn't see my old trail or the canyon I'd come from, but there was movement below. Not far from where I stood, maybe 100 yards down, a figure crossed the clearing. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like a hooded jacket the color of dust. The shape was human, but the way it moved wasn't right. Too fluid, like it wasn't walking so much as being drawn forward. I called out. My voice cracked in the dry air. The figure stopped. It didn't look up, didn't answer. It just stood there, facing slightly away, head tilted as if listening. Then it turned, not toward me exactly, but enough that I could see the edge of a face, or what I thought was one. A patch of pale skin, a line where the mouth should have been. Then it stepped backward, slowly, and disappeared behind the trees. I waited, heart hammering. The world had gone perfectly still. Even the wind had stopped. When nothing moved for a full minute, I started down the ridge. Every instinct said stay put, but another part of me, call it professional curiosity or denial, needed to know what I'd seen. I walked to where the figure had stood. There were no footprints, only faint indentations in the dirt, shaped like the same overlapping circles. By then, the sun was gone. The desert turns cold fast after dark, and I could feel the chill settle into my bones. I set up camp in a small clearing, half sheltered by rock. I didn't light a fire this time either. Just unrolled the sleeping bag and sat inside the tent, listening. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke to a sound I couldn't immediately place. It wasn't wind. It wasn't rain. It was closer, rhythmic, something brushing lightly against fabric. My tent wall shifted just slightly, as if touched from the outside. I froze. The sound came again. I wanted to speak, to call out, make noise, break whatever silence had settled, but my throat had gone dry. I reached for the knife beside me, fingers trembling. The movement was barely audible, yet the brushing stopped instantly, like whoever, or whatever it was had been waiting for a cue. Then I heard footsteps. Slow, circling. The crunch of soil under weight. Deliberate and steady. Once, twice a pause, 3 more. The steps moved away after a minute or two. though I couldn't bring myself to check until dawn. When I finally unzipped the tent, the first thing I saw was the ground around me. Symbols, carved into the dirt in a perfect ring. Not just the circles and line this time. There were variations, combinations I hadn't seen before. Some overlapping like diagrams, others spiraling outward. They extended several feet beyond the tent, almost too precise to have been made by hand in the dark. I left most of my gear behind that morning. Only essentials: water, compass, and the knife. The pack felt like dead weight. As I hiked south again, I noticed the air changing, the silence deepening in a way that made my ears ache. I couldn't hear birds anymore. No insects. Not even the crunch of my own boots after a while. It was like walking inside a sealed room. Then, faintly, a sound began to rise behind me. Not footsteps. A kind of low, rhythmic hum, almost mechanical but irregular, like someone exhaling through a reed. It came and went in intervals, never too loud, never far. Every time I stopped, it stopped too. I didn't run. I couldn't have said why then, but running felt like the wrong move. Instead, I walked faster, keeping my eyes forward. The humming followed. By midday, I stumbled upon a shallow ravine that looked vaguely familiar. There was a cluster of flat rocks where I'd eaten lunch on the first day. Relief hit hard and sudden. I must have looped back toward the original trailhead. But the more I looked, the less it matched. The rocks were similar, yes, but smaller. The slope sharper. The trees surrounding it bore carvings, each at shoulder height, evenly spaced. I crouched and touched one of the marks. The wood was dry, splintered. It hadn't been carved last night. It had been there for years, maybe decades. And then I saw something half buried at the base of one tree, a strip of faded green ribbon. It was frayed, the color nearly bleached out. I picked it up and turned it over. My handwriting was still visible in faint marker 3, East Route. I dropped it. That was the point where my mind started to split between logic and something else. Logic said the ribbon could have been caught in a storm, carried down here. But the ink, my handwriting, it shouldn't have survived weeks, let alone months or years. The humming stopped. I didn't notice it go quiet until the silence pressed so hard against my skull that I could hear my own pulse. Then, from behind me, came a single, sharp crack, like wood splitting. I turned. There was nothing there. Just the trail, or what looked like one, leading into a darker stretch of trees. The same ones I'd been following since the start, yet somehow thicker, closer together. I stared at the opening between them for a long time, every instinct begging me not to enter. But I had nowhere else to go. The light inside the grove felt wrong. Dull, filtered. The farther I walked, the colder it became. The carvings followed too, now appearing at random intervals. On trunks, rocks, even exposed roots. Some were half covered in moss. Others freshly cut, the shavings still clinging to bark. I began noticing something else, faint, repeating impressions on the ground. Not prints exactly, more like indentations shaped by repeated weight. Boot-sized. My size. I crouched beside one and measured it with my hand. Same length. Same tread pattern. I followed them a few feet, then stopped. Because ahead, through a break in the brush, I could see a small clearing. In the center was a single tent. My tent. Same make, same color. Same frayed zipper pull I'd tied with a piece of cord. I approached slowly, heartbeat rising in my throat. The tent flap was closed, but I could see the shape of something in shadow. Still, sitting upright. Hello. My voice cracked. No answer. I took one more step and realized the ground between me and the tent was covered in carvings. Not shallow ones this time. Deep, layered, gouged into the dirt like trenches. The shadow inside moved. Just a small tilt of the head, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. I froze there, breathing hard, every sound swallowed by the stillness. Then, as I blinked, the tent collapsed inward, sudden and complete, like it had been pulled from within. Dust rose. When it cleared, the clearing was empty. The tent was gone. Only the carvings remained, and in the center half, buried in the dirt, lay one of my boots. The left one. I didn't touch it. I didn't even move closer. I just turned and walked the other way, deeper into the trees. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, though the rest of me felt numb. I don't know how long I walked after that. The sun never fully set, but it never rose again either. The light hovered in that dull, in-between gray. My body kept moving on instinct alone. Every so often I'd glance down and see another symbol underfoot, or etched into stone beside me, or faintly burned into the fabric of my sleeve. It took me hours to realize I wasn't getting anywhere. The ground beneath me curved slightly downward, repeating the same patch of brush and rock in an impossible loop. I'd seen the same fallen log 3 times now. Each time there were new carvings along its surface, and each time, one of them matched the shape of my initials. I don't remember deciding to stop walking, only realizing that I already had. The air had thinned. My mouth was raw from breathing through it. I stood in a shallow valley surrounded by trees that all looked the same. Thin, brittle, and scarred by the same carvings. I could no longer tell how many days had passed. My watch had stopped sometime after noon. The hands were frozen at 2017. When I finally dropped my pack and sat down, I noticed the ground beneath me wasn't dirt anymore, but hard, packed clay. The carvings here were different. Older, shallower, their edges smoothed by time. I brushed a patch clean with my glove and saw faint letters underneath the overlapping symbols. Faded, almost gone. I could make out only fragments USRV 1928. Something in my chest loosened at the sight. Words, English, a date. Proof that humans had once stood here and done something normal. Measurements mapping. The same work I was doing. Maybe what I'd been seeing were remnants of their markers, distorted by time and imagination. Maybe the circles were some kind of old survey code. The thought steadied me enough to stand again. I started searching the area, tracing the faint letters across the clay. The markings led in a rough line toward the eastern slope, where the land rose sharply. I followed it, climbing until I reached the ridge. From the top, I saw what looked like the remains of a small camp. Not mine, older. A rusted tripod stood near the edge, the kind used to mount transits for surveying. The metal legs were half buried, pitted with corrosion. Nearby lay a collapsed canvas tent, shredded and colorless with age. The remains of a fire pit, now filled with dust and small stones. I knelt beside the tent, brushing away the debris. Inside were scraps of paper stuck together with moisture and decay. I lifted one carefully. It was a field log. Handwritten in pencil, the first few lines still legible. Day 4. Coordinates unstable again. The markers don't match the compass readings. Simmons says the land shifts here. I think he means that literally. The rest of the page was smeared beyond recognition. There were more sheets beneath it, brittle and yellowing. I read what I could. References to trail markers. Carvings on trees that appeared overnight. Complaints about someone, or something. removing the ribbons the surveyors had tied. The last entry was short. If we don't come back, don't follow the trail. It doesn't lead out. I stared at that line until the words blurred. It should have felt comforting to know I wasn't the first. Instead, it felt like recognition. Too close, too precise. The same patterns, the same vanishing markers. I checked the ground near the tripod again and saw faint impressions where boots had once stood, long since hardened into the clay. For a moment, I wondered how long it had been since anyone found this place. A century, maybe. Then a thought struck me. If this camp was from 1928, the ribbons, the carvings, they'd all been happening for nearly 100 years. I stepped back from the tent, my legs trembling. My mind kept reaching for explanations. Repetition of natural patterns, human error, superstition, but each theory collapsed against the weight of that note, don't follow the trail. And yet, I already had. I decided to leave then, to find any direction that led downhill. I didn't care about the project, the GPS, the maps. I wanted a road, a fence, a sound that wasn't my own breathing. For hours I walked east, guided by the faint slope of the land. The air thickened as clouds moved in. Light dimmed until everything looked the same shade of gray. Every few hundred yards, another symbol appeared. Etched into rock, tree, or even in the soil. I stopped reacting. I just moved. Then, near dusk, I saw something glinting in the distance. Metal. It was a signpost, rusted, leaning at an angle. My chest tightened with relief. Civilization, maybe a boundary marker or old mining post. I broke into a half-run, tripping over roots, dirt spraying behind me. When I reached it, the relief died instantly. The post wasn't a sign at all. It was an old survey marker, a steel stake embedded in the ground, stamped with an identification plate. The words were faint but still legible. US Geologschal Survey, Do Nanti des Turb, and beneath it, scratched into the metal by hand, were the same two circles in line. Fresh scratches. I backed away, pulse hammering. My boot hit something behind me. A box half, buried in dirt. I crouched to dig it out. A wooden supply chest, rotted at the corners. Inside were fragments surveying tools, a compass, cracked lenses, metal stakes wrapped in canvas. And under them, a smaller box sealed with wire. I pried it open with my knife. Inside were more papers, maps, most too faded to read, and a stack of photographs. I wiped one clean on my sleeve. The photos show three men standing beside a tent, their faces shadowed by wide, brimmed hats. Behind them were trees, thin, marked with ribbons. One man, the tallest, had a hand raised toward the camera. His palm was open, and carved into the skin was the same symbol. My throat closed. I flipped through the rest. In each photo, the carvings multiplied. On trees, on the ground, even faintly on the skin of the men themselves. The last photo was of a boot sole, turned upward. The symbol carved into it. Exactly like mine. I don't remember dropping the box, but I heard the wood crack when it hit the ground. I turned and ran. I didn't look for direction, only distance. My lungs burned, the taste of metal filling my mouth. I stumbled through brush and rock until the terrain began to slope downward again. The first sound I heard was faint, tires over gravel. Then voices, real voices. When I broke through the tree line, the world shifted from gray to color again. A dirt service road cut through the scrub, leading toward a ranger outpost a few hundred yards ahead. I must have looked wild, mud-caked, trembling, because the two rangers who found me asked if I'd been in an accident. I told them my name, my project, the dates. They said I'd missed my check in by 3 days. I didn't argue. They drove me back to Moab that evening. I kept staring out the window, half expecting to see the carvings reappear on the passing trees. But there were none. The land outside looked ordinary again. Dry, vast, indifferent. At the station, I filled out an incident report. I wrote it carefully, sticking to facts: lost trail, missing markers, malfunctioning GPS. I didn't mention the symbols, the tent, or the photos. I didn't mention that when I emptied my pockets that night, I found a piece of paper I didn't remember putting there. It was torn from one of the old survey logs. On it, in pencil, were coordinates. The numbers placed the location exactly where I'd made camp on my second night. I haven't gone back. But sometimes, when I'm out on new assignments, different forests, different deserts, I still mark my trails. It's habit now. I tie the biodegradable ribbon, make a note, and move on. I always double check the next day. And twice since Utah, the ribbons have been gone. Once replaced by carvings. Once by an old green strip, brittle and sun-bleached, with handwriting that looks almost like mine. That's the part I've never written in any report. The part that doesn't fit into any format or protocol. I keep the old photo from that box. Just one, the one of the 3 men, folded between the pages of my field log. Every time I look at it, I notice something new. A detail I'd missed before. Last month, I saw it again while logging samples in Nevada. In the background behind the men, barely visible through the trees, is a tent. My tent. The same make, same color, same frayed zipper cord. I've stopped showing the photo to anyone. It's easier to pretend I imagine the match, that the shadows just happened to align. But I know what I saw, and I know now that the trail never really ends. It only waits, shifting its markers, choosing its next recorder. Sometimes, when I wake up in camp before dawn, I catch myself listening for the faint sound of ribbon moving in the wind. Just to make sure it's still there. It always is, until it isn't. My name's Diego Ramirez, and I don't usually tell this story. Not because I'm afraid people won't believe me. I've long stopped caring about that. But because every time I talk about it, I start to hear the wind again. That same dry, hollow sound it made up in the hills that night. It always brings me back. I was 34 at the time, working freelance out of Santa Fe. I used to hike whenever I could get a few days off. Nothing hardcore, mostly state trails, some desert ridges, old mining roads that still carried the ghost of iron and sweat. It wasn't about adventure for me. I just liked the silence, the clean separation between me and the world of screens and deadlines. Milo was my dog. A big, brindle mutt with shepherd in him, maybe a little ridgeback too. He wasn't the kind of dog you'd expect to follow quietly through the backcountry. He snored like a chainsaw and had no patience for rabbits. But he was loyal. If I stopped to tie my boot, he'd wait. If I got turned around, he'd circle until he caught the right direction. That was his gift, orientation. Milo always knew the way back. That's what makes what happened so hard to explain. It was early October, a shoulder season in northern New Mexico, when the heat's mostly gone, but the cold hasn't quite arrived. The map said we were near the Carson National Forest, though I'd taken an off-road trail that wound between low juniper and red rock gullies. The plan was simple: camp overnight, photograph the ridge at dawn, then head back to my truck before noon. I'd done this kind of trip dozens of times. Nothing unusual about it. We set out in the morning. The trail was rough but manageable. Sand and stone underfoot, a slow climb toward a high mesa. Milo ran ahead, nose down, tail up. That steady jog dogs do when they're happiest. I remember thinking how alive he looked against that pale sky. By midday, the wind picked up. Not strong enough to be dangerous, but sharp. A desert kind of wind that carries grit. I pulled my jacket tighter and kept walking. We stopped to rest near a cluster of boulders, shaped like sleeping giants. Milo drank from the canteen lid, then sat with his ears tilted forward, watching nothing in particular. That's when I noticed the silence beneath the wind. Usually there are faint things. Insects, birds, distant rattles. But everything had gone still. It wasn't normal. Even Milo paused. One paw half, lifted like he was hearing something I couldn't. "Milo," I said, just to break the tension. He flicked his ears but didn't move. His eyes had locked on the ravine ahead, maybe 50 yards off. A steep cut in the land, deeper than it looked from where we stood. I remember squinting into it, trying to see what had his attention. It was shadowed and quiet, just a long gash filled with scrub and stone. Then he started growling. It wasn't a bark or a startled sound, more like a warning that kept building, low and constant. His hackles rose along his spine. I tried to calm him, knelt down beside him, and looked again. Nothing moved. The air was thick with dust and that strange you feel before a storm. Then, without another sound, he bolted. I shouted. He ran full speed toward the ravine, his paws kicking up sand. I took off after him, heart hammering. He didn't slow down. I saw him reach the edge, hesitate for half a second, and stare down like he'd spotted something alive. Then he looked back at me, just once, and jumped. I'll never forget that motion. The way his body folded into the air, tail arched. Ears pressed back, a silent leap into the unknown. There wasn't even time to scream. When I reached the edge, the drop was steeper than I'd thought, maybe 40 feet down, with sharp rock at the bottom. No sign of movement, just the echo of my own breathing. I shouted his name again and again. The sound bounced between the walls of the ravine, thin and useless. Then came the wind, filling the space like laughter. I tried to find a way down, but the slope was too loose. Shale and sand that crumbled underfoot. I circled half a mile until I found a safer descent and scrambled into the ravine, my hands shaking, calling his name until my throat hurt. No Milo. I searched until dusk, my flashlight beam coughing but weeds and bones. Deer, maybe. The ravine ran longer than I'd expected, twisting into darker stone. The air down there smelled faintly of metal, like wet coins. Every few minutes, I swore I heard his tags jingling in the dark, that faint clink he made when shaking his collar. I'd stop and listen, heart pounding, but the sound would fade. At one point I thought I saw movement, a flash of brindle fur among the rocks. But when I got closer, it was just a coyote skull, half buried and grinning. By nightfall, the temperature dropped fast. I had to make a choice: keep searching blind or hike back to camp and start again at first light. My flashlight battery was already dying, and I knew if I slipped, no one would find me either. So I climbed out. Back at camp, I couldn't eat. I sat by the fire, staring at his empty sleeping mat. Every time the wind shifted, I swore I heard paws in the sand. Once, I even said out loud, "Come on," before realizing how foolish that sounded. When the fire burned low, I tried to sleep but couldn't. Around midnight, The wind stopped entirely. The stillness was heavy, like being underwater. That's when I heard it again, the jingle of metal tags. It came from beyond the firelight. I sat up, eyes straining. The desert was pale under the moon, full of strange angles. The sound came again, closer this time. A soft clink, then a short huff like breath. My chest tightened. I whispered his name. No answer. Then, from the darkness, I saw a shape move, low to the ground, limping slightly. My first thought was relief. Malo, I said, standing. The figure paused at the edge of the light. It looked about the right size. The same slope of back, same outline of head. But the way it stood, something was off. It didn't wag its tail. It didn't move closer either. Just stared, the eyes catching the firelight in a dull, wrong color, not gold, not brown, but a grayish white like candle wax. Malo. Come here, I said softly. Nothing. Then it made a sound, not a growl, not a bark, but something wet and slow, like breath through water. I felt my stomach drop. When I blinked, the shape was gone. The tags clinked once more, fading into the dark. I didn't sleep after that. At dawn, I packed up and went back to the ravine. The wind was calm, the light clear. I climbed down carefully, tracing every ledge and hollow. No body. No fur. Not even prints. Just dust and stone. I stayed until noon, then gave up. When I got home, I filed a report with the local ranger office. They sent a small team out the next day. Found nothing either. One of them told me dogs sometimes leap, after scents or shadows, that it happens. It's instinct, he said. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to make sense of it. But I couldn't let it go. A week later, I went back alone. I told myself it was for closure, but that was a lie. I wanted answers. The air felt the same, dry, humming, like static under my skin. I climbed down again, following the same path, calling his name just once. That's when I saw it. Near the far wall of the ravine, half hidden under stone, was a mark. At first I thought it was natural, a crack or water stain. But the closer I got, the clearer it became. It looked like a handprint. Not human-sized, though. Too long. The fingers stretched wider, almost jointed wrong, and pressed right in the center, embedded in the stone itself, was something small and metallic. Milo's tag. I don't know how long I stared at that tag before I touched it. The metal was warm, though the air down there was cold enough to sting my fingers. It wasn't hanging loose or lying on the ground. It was wedged halfway into the stone itself, like the rock had softened and swallowed it. The engraving was still clear mellow. In block letters I'd etched myself with a cheap Dremel tool the day I got him. I tried prying it loose with my knife. The blade barely scratched the surface. The metal was fused to the stone in a way that made no sense. After a few minutes, I stopped. There was something about touching that rock that made my arm ache. Not like fatigue, but like I'd stuck it into running water. The longer I looked, the more I noticed that the handprint around, it wasn't just a stain. It was darker, the way wet sand looks against dry. And the outline wasn't flat. The fingers rose and dipped like they'd sunk into soft clay. I backed away, heart racing, and looked around the ravine again. The air was still dead quiet. No insects, no birds, no smell of decay. Just that metallic tang. I'd been here before, but now it felt smaller somehow, like the walls had moved in. I told myself to take a photo. Something to prove to myself later that it was real. I pulled my phone from my pocket, raised it, and hit the camera app. The screen stayed black. I tried again. Nothing. Just a faint hiss in the speaker, like static. That was when I heard the tags jingle again. Clear this time, behind me. I spun around. There was nothing there. No tracks. No movement. Just a shifting shadow near the far side of the ravine, sliding across the stone as if cast by something out of sight. I stood there, frozen, trying to reason through it. Maybe light from the ridge above. Maybe my nerves. Then a low sound rolled through the ravine, deep and distant, almost like an exhale. I felt it more than heard it, in my ribs. I don't remember climbing out. I just remember running, sand spraying from under my boots, lungs burning, until I reached the truck. When I slammed the door and turned the key, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I told no one what I'd seen. When people asked about Milo, I said he'd slipped off a ledge and the body was too deep to recover. It was easier that way. Easier than saying my dog had vanished and somehow left his tag embedded in solid rock. For weeks afterward, I dreamed of him. Always the same dream Milo, standing at the edge of the ravine, looking down, tail stiff. Then he'd turn toward me, eyes pale as chalk, and whisper something. Not bark, whisper, but I could never catch the words. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, my ears still ringing. By November, I thought the worst was over. I forced myself to work again, to go out with friends, to act normal. But the quiet moments still pulled me back. Sometimes, when I passed a mirror at night, I thought I saw a shadow behind me. Something low, four-legged, head tilted like it was listening. One evening, about a month after it happened, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, there was no one there. Just the faint sound of wind, and underneath it, a soft jingle. I hung up. It called again the next night. Then again. Always silence, always that faint metallic sound. I changed my number. It didn't help. Around that time, I started getting headaches. Not normal ones. These came in pulses, always on the right side, like something was pressing from inside. I'd wake up in the dark, certain I'd heard Milo padding around the house. Once, I found muddy paw prints near the back door. I live on a second-floor apartment. I told myself it had to be a raccoon or stray, but the prints were too big, too deep, and there were only 4. No rear pair. Just one set. Like something walking wrong. After that, I started keeping the lights on. A friend of mine, Sam, noticed I wasn't sleeping. He was a park ranger I'd met years back. Someone who'd spent more time alone in the wilderness than most people spend in traffic. I figured if anyone could make sense of what I saw, it'd be him. When I told him about Milo, I skipped the part about the tag in the rock. I just said he'd jumped, that something had spooked him. Sam didn't laugh or call me crazy. He just nodded slowly and said, "Dogs pick up what we can't. Sometimes it's a scent, sometimes it's something else." "What kind of something else?" I asked. He shrugged. "Old things. Places that remember." That phrase stuck with me. Places that remember. He told me about a canyon east of Taos, where they used to find herds of cattle dead, in perfect circles, no sign of predators. Locals said it was cursed ground, that the land took things back. I laughed it off at the time, but that night I couldn't stop thinking about the ravine, about how the rock had seemed soft. The next weekend, against every rational thought I had, I went back. It took half a day to find the same route. By then the trail had half erased itself with wind and time. When I reached the ravine, the air was still dry but colder now. The silence came sooner. I climbed down carefully, checking every step. The spot where I'd found the handprint was easy to recognize. A broad wall of reddish stone, marked by a long crack like a scar. Only this time, the print was gone. The surface was smooth, no tag, no mark, just bare rock. For a second I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing, if stress and grief had twisted my memory. Then, as I ran my fingers across the stone, I felt a faint vibration, like something humming underneath. The sound started small, deep in the wall, then spread outward until I could feel it in my jaw. A low, slow rhythm, like a heartbeat. I stepped back. The hum faded. I should have left right then, but curiosity's a dangerous thing. I moved along the wall, tracing the stone until I reached the narrow bend where the ravine split in two. That's where I saw it, something half buried in the dirt. It was a bone. Not animal, not completely. Too long, too smooth. I picked it up and turned it over in my hand. The end was carved, scratched, maybe, with small marks, repeating shapes like slashes or letters. I couldn't read them. That was when I smelled it wet fur. The air filled with it suddenly, sharp and fresh, the unmistakable scent of dog after rain. My stomach dropped. "Malo," I said, before I could stop myself. Silence. Then, from somewhere deeper in the split, a single bark echoed. It wasn't far, maybe 50 feet. My flashlight beam trembled as I aimed it into the darkness. The passage wound sharply to the right, shadowed and uneven. I called again, my voice smaller this time. "Malo, come here, boy." No answer. Just that metallic sound again, tags clinking. I started forward before realizing I'd already moved 3 steps. I couldn't feel the ground properly under my boots. Everything felt suspended, like the air was thicker. As I reached the bend, the smell grew stronger. My light caught something. Prints in the dirt. Paw prints, but distorted. The toes were too long, dragging behind like claws. There were only 2 sets, both leading deeper in. Something shifted just beyond the light's edge. I froze. The beam shook, and for a heartbeat, I saw them. 2 eyes, level with mine, glowing the color of dry bone. Then came the sound again, that wet, dragging breath. I stumbled backward, tripping over loose stone, my flashlight dropping and spinning light wildly across the walls. The glow vanished. I scrambled toward the mouth of the ravine, lungs burning, knees hitting rock. When I finally pulled myself up onto the ridge, the sun was already setting. The air was bitter cold. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing near the trailhead, gasping. I didn't go home that night. I slept in the truck with the doors locked. Headlights pointed toward the desert, waiting for movement that never came. The next morning, I drove straight to Sam's place. He took one look at me and asked what I'd seen. I told him everything this time. About the tag, the mark, the eyes. He didn't look surprised, just tired. "You should have stayed away," he said. "What the hell was it?" He looked out the window for a long time before answering. "I don't know the name for it, but I've heard stories. They say there are places in the land that aren't just old. They're awake. Sometimes they take something living to feed that memory. Sometimes what they take doesn't stay gone." I wanted to laugh it off, but his face stopped me. Then he said quietly, "If you hear him again, don't answer." I didn't sleep much after that talk with Sam. His warning sat in my head like a splinter. If you hear him again, don't answer. I tried to tell myself it was just superstition, that he was humoring me, but something in his tone had weight. He'd seen things too, I think. Maybe not the same, but close enough. For the next few weeks, I stayed close to home. No trails, no night drives. I worked, kept the lights on, pretended life was normal. And for a while, it was. Until the night I heard the scratching. It was late, maybe 2 a.m. I'd fallen asleep on the couch, TV still glowing. At first, I thought the sound was from the apartment above me. But then, it came again slow, deliberate scraping right against the front door, like claws dragging down wood. I sat up, pulse kicking hard. The sound stopped. For a long moment, I didn't move. Then I got up quietly, crossed the room, and looked through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway outside was dark, empty. I waited, half expecting a prank, but the air felt heavy, charged. Then, faintly from the other side of the door, the sound of tags. Clink, clink. My throat went dry. I stepped back. It came again, a little louder. Then a low whine, familiar enough to make my chest ache. "Milo," I whispered before I could stop myself. The sound stopped. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It was alive. Then, as I stood there, something pressed once against the other side of the door. Just a single push. Not hard, not violent, but enough to make the frame creak. I froze. A soft breath seeped through the crack, warm and damp. I backed away slowly, turned off the TV, and sat in the dark till morning. When I opened the door at sunrise, the hallway was empty. But on the floor, just below the threshold, was a wet paw print. One print, large, brindled with mud. After that, I stopped pretending things were normal. I started sleeping with the windows locked, the blinds down. Still, every few nights, I'd wake up to faint noises. The clink of tags, a sigh. Sometimes a faint pacing sound by the door. Always gone by dawn. Then, around mid-December, Sam called me. His voice sounded rough, like he'd been up all night. "You need to listen," he said. I went out there, to the ravine. My stomach dropped. Why? I wanted to see for myself. I thought maybe you'd missed something. And there was a long pause. Then he said, "You didn't imagine it." He told me he'd found the place easily. Said the air felt wrong before he even climbed down. The wind there didn't move like normal wind. It circled. He said near the center of the ravine, he'd found tracks, dog tracks. Fresh, but no other signs of life. No droppings, no fur, no prints leading in or out. Just circles of tracks around bare stone. Then his voice dropped to a whisper. There was something else, Diego. On the wall, a new mark. What kind of mark? Another handprint. Bigger this time. And something inside it. I didn't want to ask, he said. It was a collar. I must have gone quiet for too long, because he said, "Don't go back there. Promise me." I promised. That night, I dreamt of Milo again. He was standing in my living room this time, soaked and shivering, eyes the color of smoke. His mouth opened, and I finally heard the whisper. Clearly, he said, "Come back." I woke up to the sound of wind pressing against the window, except it wasn't wind. It was a slow, rhythmic thumping, like a tail against glass. I didn't move, just stared until morning light crept in and the sound stopped. By then, I knew what I had to do. Not because I wanted to, because I didn't think it would stop otherwise. The next day, I packed what I needed. Flashlight, rope, small trowel, and Milo's empty leash. The drive out took 4 hours. The road was half frozen, the sky gray and swollen with weather. I reached the trailhead by late afternoon. The place looked the same. Dry brush, red dust, wind like whispering sandpaper. But the closer I got, the quieter it became. Even the air seemed thicker. When I reached the edge of the ravine, I could already smell it. That metallic, wet scent. The light was fading fast. I climbed down carefully, boots crunching loose stone, heart steady in my throat. The bottom looked different now, wider, darker. I felt watched. The first thing I saw was Sam's flashlight. It lay half buried near the bend, covered in dust. When I picked it up, it still worked. Faint beam, weak battery, no sign of him. I moved deeper in. The walls pulsed faintly with reflected light, like veins under skin. I reached the same spot where I'd found the first handprint. Smooth, stone. Empty. But a few feet farther, something gleamed. It was another mark. A larger handprint pressed deep into the wall. In the center, hanging from a thin loop of sinew, was Milo's collar. Not the tag, the whole thing. The nylon torn in half, the metal buckle rusted. I reached for it before realizing the wall around it was breathing. Not fast, slow, almost imperceptible, but enough that I could see dust rising and falling with each movement. My flashlight flickered. Then, faintly, from behind me, the sound of paws. Not running, walking. I turned, light trembling in my hand. There he was, Milo, standing a few yards away. Coat dark with dirt, eyes pale and steady. He wasn't panting. He wasn't moving at all. Just staring at me. I didn't breathe. "Milo," I whispered. He tilted his head, exactly like he used to when he didn't understand a command. The sound of tags clinked softly, though I could see there was nothing around his neck. Then he took a step forward. The ground under him shifted, not like sand, but like something alive, rippling outward. Every instinct I had screamed to run. But he stopped me, not by force, just by how he looked. There was something pleading in his eyes, something that wasn't just him anymore. He opened his mouth. The voice that came out wasn't his. It sounded like wind through stone, layered and slow. "Stay." That single word froze me in place. Then he turned toward the wall, toward that breathing mark, and walked straight into it. The stone rippled like water, swallowed him whole, and stilled. For a long moment, I couldn't move. The silence afterward was unbearable. I stepped closer, pressed my palm against the same spot. It felt warm. Then I heard it. A heartbeat, not mine. I yanked my hand away and stumbled back, nearly tripping on the uneven ground. My flashlight died completely. The dark that followed wasn't normal darkness. It had depth. Weight, somewhere inside it. I heard Milo's tags jingle again, this time fading upward into the rock until it was gone. When I climbed out, the sky was already lightening. I didn't look back. I drove until the highway appeared and didn't stop until Santa Fe. I never saw Sam again. He stopped answering his phone a week later. They said his truck was found near Taos. Driver's side door open, tracks leading into the brush. No prints leading out. That was months ago. Since then, I've tried not to think about any of it. But sometimes, when the wind hits a certain pitch, the house starts to hum. And when it does, the walls feel softer than they should. Last night, I heard it again. That faint clinking sound, just outside the window. I didn't look. I just sat in the dark, listening. And then I heard the whisper. It wasn't Milo this time. It said my name. I don't usually talk about that trip. Not because I'm scared anymore, but because I still don't fully understand what happened. You can explain away a lot of things in the woods. Sounds, shapes, even your own fear, but not that. This was about 8 years ago. Late September. The air up north was already sharp enough to make you see your breath in the mornings. I was 34, working as a freelance photographer, and had taken a few days off to go camping with two friends, Matt and Elise. We'd been doing an annual autumn trip for a few years, trying to find quiet spots the summer crowds missed. This time, Matt found some old maps online that showed a stretch of abandoned farmland near the Canadian border. It looked isolated with no marked trails, just a dirt road and a few collapsed structures. He thought it would make good photos. Old barns, maybe a rusted windmill, that kind of nostalgia. The drive took most of a day. Gravel roads, then narrower paths, until trees pressed in on both sides. When we finally came out into a clearing, the light was already low. The place looked like it hadn't seen people in decades. The main house sat in the center, half caved and leaning like it had taken on one side. The roof had fallen in on one side, and the front porch was swallowed by weeds. Nearby, we spotted what looked like an old stone circle. At first, we thought it was a dry well. Matt went over to check it out while Elise and I started unloading gear. He called back that it wasn't a well after all, more like a small cellar entrance. The wooden doors were mostly rotted through, one hanging open, revealing a dark mouth beneath. It smelled of damp earth and rusted metal, probably where they used to keep potatoes or preserves. I remember Matt joking that it'd make a perfect spot to stash bodies, then laughing it off. We decided to set up camp a short distance from it, maybe 20 yards. Just far enough to feel separate from the house, but close enough for photos. By the time we got the tents up, the last of the daylight was gone. The sky had that pale bruised color it gets before true dark. We made a small fire, cooked noodles, drank cheap whiskey, the usual stuff. Everything felt normal enough. Sometime after midnight, I woke up needing to pee. The fire had died to red coals, and the woods were silent in that way that makes you feel like you're being watched. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped away from camp. When I turned back, I saw something odd. The cellar door was open wider than I remembered. I thought maybe Matt had gone exploring and forgot to close it. But he and Elise were both in their tents, quiet except for the soft shuffle of sleeping bags. I walked closer, meaning to pull the door shut, and that's when I heard it. At first, it was so faint I thought it was wind moving through the boards. But there was no wind. The air was dead still. The sound was like a murmur, the kind you catch between rooms when someone's whispering, and you can't make out words, only the shape of them. It came from down inside the dark. I leaned closer, and it stopped. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. Then I convinced myself it was just old wood settling, or maybe a trapped animal echoing weirdly underground. I pushed the door closed, set a rock against it, and went back to bed. In the morning, I didn't mention it. No sense spooking anyone over a sound that probably had a normal cause. We spent the day hiking around the property, checking out the ruins. There were a few broken down sheds, a rusted out truck, and the remains of a barn foundation. The place must have been a small farm once, maybe pre-1950s. The soil around the cellar was overgrown with moss, and small trees had begun to take root where the garden probably used to be. By late afternoon, we were back near camp. Matt was trying to get drone footage of the property, while Elise sat sketching. I wandered toward the cellar again, wanting to get a few pictures before sunset. The rock I'd placed on the door the night before was gone. The door itself was open again, just slightly, enough to show that dark slit beneath. This time I called out, half joking, "Anyone down there?" Nothing. Just that faint smell again. Damp, metallic, like soil mixed with old blood. I crouched and took a photo with flash. The light bounced off something deep inside. A shape maybe 6 feet down, hard to tell. When I checked the photo later, it was just blackness and a few motes of dust. That night, the whispering came back. It started while we were sitting around the fire. Matt had his Bluetooth speaker on low, playing some old blues, and Elise was telling a story about her grandmother's farm. Then, underneath the sound of her voice, I caught that same murmur again. Faint, rhythmic, like someone speaking through a wall. I froze. "You guys hear that?" Matt paused the music. For a second, everything went silent. Then, all at once, Elise said, "Oh my God." Yeah, it wasn't imagination. The sound was real. It came from the direction of the cellar. Low and continuous, words we couldn't make out. Matt grabbed his flashlight, muttering something about raccoons, and headed toward it. Elise told him not to, but he just laughed. We followed anyway. When we reached the cellar, the whispering stopped again. The door was open wide now, both halves fallen inward. The smell hit us stronger, wet soil and iron. Matt shined the light down and swore. There were markings on the inside walls. Faded, maybe carved. Circles overlapping circles, lines through them, symbols I didn't recognize. The air from below was colder than the night air, like the kind of cold that sits behind your teeth. Matt said he wanted to go down for a look, but the ladder rungs were rusted in half. Broken Lise grabbed his arm, told him to leave it alone. For once, he didn't argue. We closed the doors as best we could and stacked heavier rocks on top. Back at camp, none of us said much. It wasn't fear exactly. More like the quiet you fall into when something doesn't add up. Around 2 a.m., I woke up again, this time to footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving just outside the tent. I held still, listening. They circled the camp once, then faded toward the cellar. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The fire was dead. The trees loomed black against the stars. Nothing moved. But then, just as I started to zip the flap back, I saw light. A thin glow coming from the gap beneath the cellar doors. It pulsed faintly, like a lantern flickering. I waited for maybe 10 minutes, frozen, trying to decide if I should wake the others. But the glow faded, and I told myself I'd imagined it. When morning came, I was almost ready to laugh about it. Until we saw the prints. They were faint but clear enough. Bare feet pressed into the damp soil near the cellar. Not human-sized either. Smaller, like a child's, but the toes were wrong. Too long, with narrow gaps between them, almost clawed. Elise refused to stay another night. She was pale and quiet, packing her gear before breakfast. Matt wanted to at least look in the cellar once more before we left, just to prove it was nothing. I argued with him, said we could come back another time, maybe with better light, but he was already walking over. When he reached it, he stopped dead. The rocks we'd piled on top of the doors were scattered. The doors were open again. And the smell, it was stronger than ever, like something had been unearthed. That's when we heard it again. Only this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was breathing. Slow, dragging, from down below. Matt turned to us, flashlight trembling in his hand. "Something's down there," he whispered. Before any of us could move, the breathing stopped, and then came a sound I still hear sometimes when it's too quiet, a soft laugh. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even clearly human. Just this wet, broken chuckle that echoed once and was gone. Elise bolted for the car. I followed, yelling for Matt. He stayed frozen for a second longer, staring into that black hole, then ran after us. We didn't bother breaking down camp. Just threw our packs in the back and tore down the dirt road. Like the forest itself might close behind us. We drove for an hour before any of us spoke. When we finally hit paved road, Elise started crying. Matt just kept shaking his head, muttering, "It was probably an echo, just an echo." But none of us went back for the gear. A week later, I developed the photos. Most were normal. The house, the trees, the camp. But in the one I took of the cellar, where the flash had bounced off the darkness, there was a faint outline. It looked like a hand pressed against stone. Small, too, child-sized. I deleted the file. Even now, part of me wonders if it was just paranoia, a trick of light and nerves. The mind can build monsters out of silence. But sometimes, when I'm editing late at night and the house settles, I catch that sound again in the walls. A voice trying to form words that never quite make sense. We didn't talk for months after that. Not because of any argument, just an unspoken agreement that pretending it hadn't happened might make it fade. Elise moved to Portland, started painting full-time. Matt went back to his IT job in Duluth. I tried to throw myself into work, editing wedding photos, booking travel gigs. But quiet moments felt strange after that trip. I'd catch myself zoning out mid-edit, thinking about that laugh. It wasn't like an animal or a person. It had this gurgled, broken rhythm, like someone trying to imitate laughter after forgetting how. You don't mistake sounds like that. They plant themselves in your memory. A couple of weeks later, I started getting headaches. Nothing major, just a dull pressure behind my eyes. I figured it was from staring at screens. Then came the dreams, always the same one. I'd be standing in that clearing again. Everything dark, except the cellar mouth glowing faintly. The way it had that night. Something was whispering from below, but this time I could make out fragments. My name, a word that sounded like root. And another one I couldn't place. Something like hollow or follow, muffled, dragged out. I'd wake up with soil under my nails. The first time, I thought maybe I'd scratched at the sheets in my sleep. By the third night, it didn't feel like coincidence. Around that time, Matt called me for the first time since the trip. He sounded rough, like he hadn't slept in days. He asked if I'd noticed anything strange. I didn't tell him about the dreams right away. Instead, I asked what he meant. He said his drone footage had picked up audio. Static mostly, but when he boosted it in editing, there was something underneath. A voice, faint rhythmic, like the whispering we'd heard. It was repeating something, 3 syllables over and over. He couldn't make out what. He sent me the file. It took me 2 days before I could open it. When I finally did, I sat with my headphones on, volume low, ready to shut it off at the first hint of that voice. But it wasn't a voice exactly, more like a hiss shaped into words. It looped the same phrase again and again. I slowed it down. The words sounded like, "Let me root." That's when I hung up, turned off my computer, and went for a walk. I didn't talk to Matt again for a while. Elise wouldn't answer texts. When she finally did, she said she'd been having panic attacks. Said she'd dreamt about a small hand pulling at her ankle from under the bed. She'd woken up with a bruise shaped like fingerprints. I wanted to tell her it was just stress, that our minds were playing tricks, but I didn't believe that myself. The turning point came one night in November. I woke around 3 a.m. to that same faint whisper. Inside my apartment this time. I froze. Every muscle tense, trying to tell if it was coming from the window or the wall. It took a minute to realize it was from below the floor. I live on the first level of an old duplex, built in the 40s. There's a crawl space underneath, not a full basement. The sound was right beneath the boards near the kitchen. It was soft, almost like someone gently dragging their fingers through dirt. I stood there barefoot, listening. Then, without really thinking, I said, "What do you want?" Silence. Then one word, almost clear this time. Route. I don't remember grabbing my keys, but the next thing I knew, I was outside in my car, engine running, shaking so hard my teeth clicked. I drove until dawn and parked at a gas station 2 towns over. I stayed there for hours before I could make myself go back. The noise didn't come again that night, but something else had changed. My apartment smelled faintly of wet soil. I tried to reach Matt again. No response. A week later, I got an email from him with no subject line, just a single attachment, a photo. It was the cellar, same angle as before, but the doors were gone. Just an open pit now, the edges crumbled wider, and near the bottom, half buried in shadow, there was something pale and narrow. Looked like a hand again. No message. No explanation. 3 days after that, Elise called. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her. She said Matt had gone back up there. He told her he needed to prove something. To get it on camera. She begged me to drive up with her to find him. We met the next morning and started north. The whole drive felt wrong. The sky was too flat, the air too still, even for that time of year. It's strange how a place that once felt alive can suddenly feel aware of you. By the time we reached the clearing, it was near dusk again, same as before. Our old campsite was gone. The fire ring had been kicked apart, the tents shredded by weather. But the cellar, God, the cellar looked different. The ground around it had sunk inward, as if something below had shifted. Matt's truck was parked nearby, doors open, lights dead. His gear was scattered. We found his camera tripod near the pit edge, toppled sideways. The cellar itself yawned wide, the air rolling out cold and damp. It smelled exactly like before. Earth, rust, rot. Elise called for him, her voice cracking. The sound came back to us, warped by the trees. Then, from below, faint but clear, came an answer. A voice. Matt's voice. "Help me." We both froze. It wasn't a shout, just a tired, hollow whisper. Elise dropped to her knees near the edge, shining her flashlight down, but the beam disappeared into darkness. I wanted to stop her, tell her we needed to leave. But she was already climbing down the ladder rungs. Those same rusted ones we'd said weren't safe. They creaked under her weight. I grabbed her pack to steady her. Then she screamed. Not loud, just this short, startled sound that cut off too fast. The flashlight fell, clattering on stone. Its beam spun wildly, catching the dirt walls, the symbols carved deeper now, like they'd been freshly cut. And for a second, I saw movement, something pale curling back into shadow. I yelled her name. No answer. I called again, louder. And that's when Matt's voice came again. Closer this time, but wrong. It echoed from the walls, too smooth, like it wasn't coming from a throat. "Fine," it said. "She's with me now." Then laughter. That same awful, broken laugh. I didn't wait. I ran for the car. My brain was just white noise, instinct screaming to move. I fumbled with the keys, got the engine started, but couldn't drive away. Not yet. I kept thinking maybe I should go back for them. Maybe it wasn't real. That's when the light came. A glow rose from the cellar, pale and shifting, like moonlight filtered through water. It pulsed, and for a heartbeat I saw shapes moving, just beyond the edge. Small, thin figures crawling up the walls, pulling themselves toward the surface. I hit the gas. The car fishtailed through mud before catching the dirt road. I didn't look back until I hit the highway. The glow was still faintly visible through the trees, like a lantern sinking deeper underground. By the time I reached town, I could barely hold the wheel. I told a park ranger what had happened, left out the supernatural parts. Just said, 2 friends had gone missing near an old homestead, that there was an open cellar they might have fallen into. They sent a search team. They found Matt's truck, our old gear, but no sign of them. The cellar, according to the report, had collapsed completely sometime during the night. Just a mound of dirt now, nothing underneath. They said the ground had been unstable, probably eroded by rain. I didn't argue. They asked me to stick around a few days, just in case they found anything. I stayed in a motel near town, avoiding sleep. When I finally dozed off, I dreamt of roots spreading under my bed, thin white ones that pulsed faintly, reaching upward. When the police finally let me leave, I drove home and swore I'd never set foot north again. That was almost 7 years ago. I still get the dreams sometimes, less vivid now. Just flashes, the glow, the hand, the cellar mouth widening. A few months back, I thought I'd heard whispering again, faint through the vent near my kitchen. I ignored it. But last week, I got a package. No return address, just my name scrawled in mud-colored ink. Inside was a small mason jar, half filled with soil. Beneath the lid, stuck to the glass, were fingerprints, too small to be Matt's or Elise's. And mixed into the dirt, tangled like veins, were tiny white roots. I didn't open it. It's still on my counter, sealed tight. Sometimes I catch the faintest sound when the house is quiet. A murmur. Soft and patient, like something still waiting to be heard. I tried to throw the jar away once. Put it in a trash bag, tied it tight. Walked it down to the dumpster behind my building. It felt stupidly dramatic, like a scene in a movie. I told myself I was just getting rid of a bad memory, that the package had to be some sick joke. But when I came back upstairs, the smell hit me the moment I opened the door. Damp earth, sharp and metallic. The jar was on my kitchen table again, faint condensation fogging the glass from the inside. I didn't touch it that time. After that, I started hearing small things around the apartment. A scrape near the vents. A hollow knocking that came and went in sets of 3. The rational part of me tried to piece it together. Pipes, neighbors, city noise. But it didn't fit the rhythm. It always came at night. Between 2 and 4 a.m., the same window when dreams used to wake me. I began recording the sounds, thinking maybe proof would help me feel sane. Some nights the mic picked up nothing but static. Other nights, when I played it back, there'd be this low hum beneath the background noise. It wasn't words exactly, more like breath passing through soil. I thought about moving, but the truth was, I couldn't stand the idea of leaving that jar behind. It felt wrong to abandon it, like whatever was in there would follow anyway. A month later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. No one spoke at first, just the faint sound of wind. Then a man's voice said, "You left us." It wasn't Matt's voice. Not exactly. But it was close enough that I dropped the phone. By the time I picked it up again, the line was dead. That night, I slept with the lights on. Around 30:30, the bulb flickered out. I was still half awake when I heard it. The soft creak of my floorboards. Slow, measured. Coming from the kitchen. I told myself it was just the building settling, that old houses breathe, but then came the whisper. Clearer this time. Root. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling until dawn. By morning, the jar was gone. I turned the place upside down looking for it. Every cabinet, every drawer. Nothing. I tried convincing myself I must have tossed it in my sleep, that maybe I'd finally managed to let it go without remembering. But when I went outside, there were muddy footprints leading from my back door to the tree line behind the building. Small prints. Bare. Toes too long. That's when I decided I needed answers. I tracked down the ranger who'd handled the original report. The man who'd said the cellar had collapsed. Took some digging. A few phone calls to county offices, but eventually I found him. Retired now, living a few towns over. He remembered the case immediately. Told me off the record that the ground hadn't just collapsed. Said his team found a sinkhole big enough to swallow a car, and that when they tried to fill it, the dirt kept settling, like there was no bottom. He said they sealed it eventually, but the earth kept cracking around it for weeks. Before I left, he asked if I still had that smell on me. I asked what he meant. He just shook his head. "You'll know if you do," he said. On the drive home, the air inside the car started to change. It got heavier, humid almost. When I stopped for gas, I realized the passenger seatbelt was fastened, even though no one had been there. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up on the couch, every light on, waiting for something I couldn't name. Sometime before dawn, I must have drifted off. When I woke, there was soil on the floor again. Small piles, as if something had been dug and filled. In the center of it sat the jar. Only this time it wasn't sealed. The lid was resting beside it, and from the dirt inside, small white roots had started to sprout. They pressed against the glass, thin and curling, reaching toward the air. I should have thrown it out right then. But instead, I did something I still can't explain. I touched one of the roots. It was cold, damp. And when I pulled my hand back, a whisper followed the movement. Soft, almost grateful. Stay. That was the first night I didn't dream of the cellar. Instead, I dreamt of a field. Flat and endless, soil rich and black. I was kneeling in it, hands buried to the wrist, and beneath the surface something pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. When I woke, my hands were covered in dirt again. The same damp smell clung to my skin, no matter how hard I scrubbed. The next few weeks blurred. I stopped leaving the apartment much. Work piled up. Friends stopped calling. Sometimes I'd lose hours without realizing it, sitting near the jar, listening. The roots grew thicker, tangled now, pressing against the glass until cracks spread through it like spiderwebs. I started hearing whispers not from the jar, but from under the floor again. Quieter this time, more patient. Then one night, it spoke clearly. "Come home." The words didn't sound threatening. They sounded tired, sad even, like a request made too many times. The next morning, I packed a bag. I didn't decide to go back to that place. It was more like I already had, like I'd been going back the whole time. The drive north felt shorter than before. I didn't stop for food, didn't play music. I just followed the same roads until the forest swallowed the horizon. The dirt track to the clearing was overgrown, but the ruts were still there, faint guiding. When I reached it, I almost didn't recognize the place. The house had finally fallen completely, a pile of moss and beams. The clearing itself looked wider, the trees around it twisted outward, as if something had pushed from beneath. The air was still, heavy with that same metallic tang. The ground where the cellar had been was a mound now, soft, damp, alive with shoots of pale grass. I stood there for a long time, waiting for some sign, some proof of what I'd come for. Nothing moved. Then the ground shifted, just slightly, enough to make the soil breathe. I knelt down. The dirt was soft beneath my palms, warmer than it should have been. The whisper came again, right against my ear, though there was no wind. Let me root. I don't remember making the choice, but I started digging. The earth gave way easily, as if it had been waiting. My fingers sank deeper, the smell stronger now, sweet and rotten at once. Something slick brushed my hand, smooth like vine, but pulsing faintly. I should have stopped, but I couldn't. My hands kept moving on their own, pulling, reaching. The whisper grew louder, overlapping voices now, a dozen at least, all blending into one low hum. When my fingers finally caught on something solid, I pulled. It was a jar, the same as mine. Cracked, empty, roots spilling from it like veins. And beneath it, something pale shifted in the dirt. Something shaped almost like a face, half formed, the soil breathing through it. I staggered back, choking on the smell, and the ground caved inward. The mound sank, a deep hollow opening where I'd been kneeling. For a second, I thought I saw movement below, a hand rising through the soil, small and white. Then everything went dark. When I came to, it was dawn. The clearing looked undisturbed again, the mound sealed, smooth as if nothing had been there. My clothes were clean. The jar was gone. I drove home in silence, not trusting my memory. Every mile between me and that place felt borrowed. It's been a year since then. I haven't gone back. Haven't spoken about it aloud until now. Sometimes when I pass a field after rain, I catch the same smell through the car window. Wet soil, iron, rot. And sometimes I think I hear a voice beneath the hum of the engine, faint but steady. It says my name now. Last week I noticed something new. Near the wall behind my refrigerator, the paint had begun to bubble. When I peeled it back, the plaster underneath was cracked and damp. Thin white roots were pushing through, curling along the baseboards. I cut one open. Inside, the fibers were hollow, filled with something that looked like fine, pale hair. I haven't touched them since. I've been sleeping in the living room, lights on, listening to the house breathe. The whisper comes through the walls now, quiet but constant. I can't make out every word, but the rhythm is the same one from the cellar, the same one from my dreams. Sometimes, between the noise, I think I hear two voices. One is Matt's. Thedo sounds like Elise. They don't sound afraid. They just keep repeating the same phrase, over and over. Let it grow. My name is Thomas Keene. I'm 32 years old, originally from Tacoma, Washington, and for most of my life, hiking has been my way of staying sane. When people ask me why I go out there, alone, cold, sometimes for days, I tell them the truth. The mountains remind me how small I am. They quiet the noise in my head. In the spring of 2022, I took a 3-day trip up Mount Rainier with my friend Colin Ames. We'd been friends since college, roommates first, then hiking partners. Colin was one of those people who seemed built for the outdoors. He had that wiry kind of strength, the kind that comes from climbing trees as a kid and fixing his own car as an adult. He always moved with a bit of impatience, like the world didn't move fast enough for him. He called me 2 weeks before that hike. "Let's do Rainier before it gets crowded," he said. "Early spring. Just us, the trees, and a little snow left up top." I hesitated. The forecast looked unpredictable. Those weird transitional days when sun turns to sleet without warning. But Colin loved that kind of uncertainty. "You in or out?" he asked. I said yes, though something in me wanted to say no. We started from the Paradise Trailhead early one Saturday morning. The lot was half empty, and the mountain still wore a crust of old snow in its creases. I remember the first part clearly. The air smelled like pine and cold iron. The ground was soft from meltwater, and each step made that wet, padded sound like boots on carpet. Colin led the way with his usual restless energy, adjusting his pack straps every 5 minutes. The trail was steep but steady. At about noon, we reached a clearing where the trees opened up to reveal the mountain's shoulder, bright and white under the sun. Colin dropped his pack and turned to me with that grin of his. "See, worth it already?" I nodded, catching my breath. The quiet was perfect. No wind, no voices, just the soft hiss of snowmelt trickling downhill. We set up camp a little before 3 in a spot, tucked between a few old firs. The ground there was dry enough for a small fire, and Colin had brought a flask of whiskey he insisted on calling trail medicine. We drank a little, talked about work, life. Nothing special. It was one of those rare moments where everything felt aligned, like the air itself was holding still. Then, sometime around 5, the fog started. It didn't drift in from the distance like normal fog does. It rose, like steam from the earth. One moment the valley below us was clear, the next, the world was shrinking, swallowed in gray. I could still see the nearest trees, but the ridge beyond was gone, as if someone had erased it with an eraser made of cloud. "Damn," Colin said, standing. "That's moving fast." I checked the air. It didn't feel colder, but heavier somehow, thicker to breathe. I remember the way sound changed too. The forest went quiet, like a blanket had been thrown over everything. We decided to stay put for a while, hoping it would pass. But after maybe half an hour, Colin got restless. He hated waiting for anything. "I'm going to check the trail," he said, tightening his boots. "If it's this bad, we might need to head down early tomorrow. Just wait till it clears." I told him. He shook his head. "I'll just go a little ahead, find where it evens out. Be right back." He took his walking stick and disappeared into the mist. The gray closed behind him like water swallowing a stone. I waited. At first, it didn't feel strange. We'd split up before. But after 10 minutes, I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. No branches snapping, no crunch of gravel. The fog had eaten the sound.
I called out, "Colin."
Nothing. Just my voice fading fast. I waited another few minutes, trying not to panic. Maybe he'd gone farther to find a clearing. Maybe he'd just lost track of time. I called again louder. The sound came back flat and dull, like shouting into a pillow. After maybe half an hour, I grabbed my flashlight and followed the trail in the direction he'd gone. I walked slow, careful not to lose the feel of our campsite behind me. The fog was thick enough to taste, wet and faintly metallic. The beam of my light stretched only a few feet before dissolving. "Colin!" I yelled again. "Hey! Stop screwing around!" Still nothing. I tried to keep track of the turns in the path, marking small notches in the bark of trees with my knife. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen. Once, I thought I heard footsteps, soft, quick, just ahead, but when I ran toward the sound, it was gone. Then something strange happened. The air shifted. For a moment, the fog thinned just enough that I could see a shape ahead. A human outline, tall, still. Relief flooded me. "Cullen," I said, running forward. But as I got closer, the shape didn't move. It wasn't Colin. It was a tree stump, narrow and pale. The fog thickened again before I could even curse myself. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps, but the notches I'd made were gone. Every tree looked the same. Black bark, dripping moss, no marks. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. I shouted his name again, until my throat went raw. I must have walked in circles for an hour before I finally found our campsite again, though I don't know how. The fog hadn't lifted, but I recognized the outline of our fire pit and Cullen's half-empty cup near it. I called one more time, my voice breaking on the last syllable. No answer. Night came early, or maybe it only felt that way, because the light was already dim. I sat by the dying fire, listening for any sound. Every now and then, I swore I heard movement, something soft brushing against the ground nearby. But whenever I turned, there was only fog. I barely slept. When dawn came, the air was cold enough to bite. The fog was still there but thinner, lifting in patches like torn cloth. I packed my gear, ready to search again. That's when I saw it. Colin's backpack, leaning neatly against a rock about 20 feet from camp. I could have sworn it hadn't been there before. His water bottle was still clipped to the side, his map tucked in the front pocket. Everything looked untouched, except for one thing. His jacket lay folded beside it, damp but clean, like someone had carefully placed it there. "Cullen," I said, half whispering. The fog shifted once more, curling between the trees. No sound, no tracks, no sign of struggle. Just the pack, the jacket, and silence thick enough to choke on. I waited hours that morning, calling every half hour. By noon, the fog finally began to lift for real. The world reappeared in fragments. The trees, the slope, the trail leading down. But there was no sign of him anywhere. I searched until my legs shook. I found nothing else. Eventually, I had to go down. The park rangers met me near the base. After, I reported him missing by radio. They asked the usual questions. When I'd last seen him, what he was wearing, what direction he'd gone. I told them everything. A search team went up that afternoon. They spent 3 days combing the area, calling his name, marking grids. They found nothing but his footprints, faint, shallow, ending about 50 yards from our campsite. Past that point, the prints just stopped, as if he'd walked straight into the fog and vanished. They searched the ravines, the stream beds, even sent drones when the weather cleared. Nothing. One of the rangers, an older guy named Miller, told me quietly on the third day, "Sometimes people panic in weather like that. They wander, get turned around." I nodded, though I didn't believe it. Colin didn't panic. He was reckless, sure, but not careless. And if he'd wandered off, we would have found something. A trail, an item dropped, his stick, something. When they finally called off the search, I went back up once more with a ranger to collect what was left of our camp. Colin's pack, his jacket, and that damned flask. I kept the flask. It sits on a shelf in my apartment now, untouched. It's been over 2 years, and I still don't have an answer. The official report lists him as missing, presumed deceased. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. That first night, when I was sitting alone by the fire, I heard something. Not footsteps, not breathing. It was quieter than that, like air moving through a throat. And for a second, I thought I heard my name, drawn out slow through the fog. I never told the rangers about that. Because when I turned toward the sound, the fog moved too. Just a small ripple, curling around the trees like it was watching me. And I could have sworn, deep in that gray, I saw a shape the size of a man standing very still, exactly where Colin had walked in. It didn't move. It didn't need to. The fog was already moving closer. The weeks after Colin disappeared feel like a blur when I try to remember them now. Not because I want to forget, but because everything that followed was swallowed by paperwork, interviews, and silence. It's strange how quickly something unbelievable can turn into something procedural. They kept me at the ranger station for hours that first night. I remember the hum of the fluorescent lights more than the questions. What time did you last see him? Did he show any signs of distress? Were there arguments? It was all mechanical. They had to rule things out. I understood that. But there's no clean way to explain watching your friend vanish into air. You can't write the fog ate him on a report. They found nothing, even after the snow melted weeks later. His pack and clothes were logged, bagged, and returned to his family. I saw them only once more, laid out on a metal table in evidence storage. Everything was intact. The jacket still smelled faintly of cedar smoke. Colin's parents flew up from Oregon for the memorial. They didn't invite me to the private service. His sister told me gently that it might be too painful. I didn't argue. I went hiking instead that day, somewhere small, somewhere with no fog. Grief does odd things to time. Days felt both stretched and missing. I'd catch myself checking my phone for his messages, forgetting for a second that there wouldn't be any. The last one he'd sent me was a single line. Don't forget the flask. For months, I tried not to think about Rainier. But the mind doesn't work on command. I'd be in traffic and suddenly smell that metallic damp from the fog. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I heard him call my name again. Faint, like a sound pressed against glass. I told myself it was just my brain replaying trauma. Still, it made sleep a kind of negotiation. In September, the Park Service reached out again. A volunteer had found a boot print near the ridge above, where we'd camped. They thought it might be connected, though they couldn't be sure. They asked if I wanted to come identify the area. Part of me said no immediately. Another part, some guilty, stubborn part, said yes. I told them I'd go. When I returned to Rainier that fall, the mountain looked nothing like I remembered. The sky was clear, brutally blue. The air dry and sharp. But I felt that same quiet the second I stepped onto the trail. Not peaceful, more like the air was waiting. Ranger Miller met me at the same trailhead. He'd aged in those few months. His beard grayer, eyes softer. You don't have to go all the way up, he said. We can show you photos. I'll go, I told him. We hiked in silence most of the way. The forest had changed colors. Green turned to rust, the ground crisp with needles. I could almost pretend it was any other hike until we reached that clearing where the fog had first appeared. Miller stopped. Right about here, he said, pointing to a cluster of stones. I stood there, trying to align memory with what I saw. But it felt wrong. Smaller somehow, as if the mountain had closed in a bit. I couldn't tell if it was the same place, only that something in me tightened. We didn't find anything new. The print the volunteer saw had already eroded from rain. Miller talked softly about closure, about how sometimes nature just takes people. I nodded again, because what else could I say? On the way down, I realized something odd. The path where Colin's footprints had ended that day, where they just stopped, was only a few hundred yards from this spot. The ranger hadn't mentioned that, and I didn't ask. That night, I stayed in a cheap motel outside Ashford. Couldn't bring myself to drive home. I left the window open a little for air and stared at the ceiling until dawn. The forest out back was quiet, but at some point in the early morning, I thought I heard the low roll of foghorns from far off. There aren't any foghorns near Rainier. I checked later. In the months that followed, I tried to move on. I went back to work, started dating someone new, even sold some of my old hiking gear. But every so often, I'd see fog forming over the sound and feel that same heaviness settle in my chest. About a year later, Colin's sister emailed me. She wanted to know if I'd be willing to talk to a documentary crew doing a segment on missing hikers. They just want your perspective, she wrote. It could help others understand what happens out there. I said yes, mostly out of guilt. The crew met me at my apartment. They were polite, careful. They set up lights, asked me to recount everything. I told the story straight, the fog, the silence, the empty space where he should have been. The interviewer, a woman named Dana, asked, "Did you ever feel like the mountain was trying to tell you something?" I laughed once. Sharp, defensive. "No," I said. "Mountains don't care enough to talk." After they left, the apartment felt smaller. I kept replaying my answer. Maybe I'd meant it. Maybe not. 2 nights later, Dana called me. They were reviewing footage, she said, and wanted to confirm a detail. In one of the shots, when you mention calling his name, she said, there's a sound under your voice, like someone else speaking. Could be wind interference, but I thought I'd ask if you noticed anything. I told her I hadn't. She said she'd send me the clip. She never did, and I never followed up. By the 2nd anniversary of Colin's disappearance, I'd stopped hiking altogether. The gear sat collecting dust in a closet. Friends invited me on shorter trips, easier ones, but I always had an excuse. My new life was quieter, flatter. Then, last spring, something pulled me back. I'd been driving near Mount Rainier on a work trip, and out of nowhere, the sky started closing in. One of those sudden fog banks that roll in off the Cascades. For a second, it looked exactly like that day. My chest went cold. I pulled over and just watched the white swallow the road. I don't know why, but I got out. Standing there by the guardrail, I realized how silent it gets when fog moves, that the world turns inside out. I could barely hear the highway behind me. The air had that same faint metallic taste. And then I caught a scent, smoke and whiskey. Just a trace of it, the same as that night by the fire. It was gone as soon as I noticed, leaving only the damp. When I got home, I took Colin's flask from the shelf. It was still half full. I don't know why I'd never poured it out. The metal was cold, colder than the room. For a moment, I thought I saw condensation on the lid, like breath. That's when I decided to go back one last time. Not for answers. There aren't any. But to see if the place still existed as I remembered it. To make it real again, so I could finally stop wondering if I'd imagined all of it. I went alone, early March this year. No one knew except my boss, who thought it was a simple day trip. I packed light water, a flashlight, and the flask. The trail looked the same. The forest, the turns, even the small outcropping where we'd eaten lunch that first day. It all matched. It was almost comforting, until I reached the campsite clearing. The fire pit was still there, half collapsed. The ground was littered with pine needles, but beneath them, I found the faint ring of stones we'd used. I stood there a long time. The air was clear, blue, and open. No fog. I poured a little whiskey from the flask into the dirt. "For you," I said out loud, feeling foolish but lighter somehow. Then I heard it, a single soft sound from behind me. Not a voice this time, more like a sigh through trees. I turned, but there was only air. No fog came. Nothing unnatural happened. Still, I left after that. Some moments don't need to repeat themselves. When I reached my car, I realized I hadn't taken a single photo. That felt right. Some places should remain in memory only. Half-formed, shifting. It's been months since then. I sleep better now. The flask's back on the shelf, empty this time. People still ask sometimes if I think Colin's alive. I tell them no. The mountain took him, one way or another. Whether it was a fall, a hidden crevasse, or something stranger, it doesn't matter anymore. But sometimes, on foggy mornings when the world is soft and colorless, I find myself stopping mid-step listening, and for a heartbeat too long, I swear I hear someone breathing behind me. Then the moment passes, and it's just air. Just air. It's been 3 years now since Colin disappeared. Writing his name still feels like scratching on frost. Visible for a second, then gone. I didn't plan to tell this story again. But time has a way of pulling it back to the surface, especially when the seasons turn. This past spring, a journalist reached out. Her name was Emily Harper, local paper out of Seattle. She was doing a piece on unsolved disappearances in national parks and had found my name buried in the reports. "I'm not looking for sensationalism," she said on the phone. "I just want to understand what happens to people who get left behind." Her wording caught me. Left behind. Not survivors, not witnesses. Just the ones still here. I agreed to meet her in Tacoma, at a small cafe by the marina. She was younger than I expected, maybe late 20s. Dressed in layers like someone who'd learned to respect unpredictable weather. She had a voice that didn't push. We talked for nearly 2 hours. I told her most of what I've told you. How the fog rose, how it swallowed everything, how the search ended. I tried to keep it steady, clinical even. But at one point she asked, "Do you think you stayed there too long that day, after he vanished?" It wasn't an accusation, just curiosity. Still, the question landed like a stone in water. I said, "Maybe." But leaving sooner wouldn't have changed what happened. She nodded, wrote something down, then asked if she could visit the site herself later that summer. I told her the coordinates were in the Ranger report. When the article came out a month later, it was fair, restrained. She called it the vanishing line. There was a section about Colin, a photo of him from college I'd given her, and a small quote from me near the end. "Some places don't give answers, only echoes." That line followed me around for weeks. People at work, those who still remembered what happened, mentioned it gently, like they were afraid I might break open again. But something unexpected happened too. Strangers began emailing me. Not many, just a few, saying they'd lost people in similar ways. fog, snow, rivers. They all described the same thing, how the world went quiet before it happened. Reading their words was like touching the edge of a mirror. Each story was its own, but the silence in them felt identical. I started keeping a notebook again. Notes on weather, dreams, random details. I don't know what I thought I was collecting. Proof, maybe, that the memories still belonged to me and not to the mountain. In late August, I got a letter forwarded from the Park Service. It was from an older hiker named Walter, who'd been on Rainier that spring. He wrote that he'd found something near one of the upper trails, a metal carabiner with initials scratched faintly into it, CA. He thought it might be Collins. I called the ranger office, and sure enough, they had it logged. They said I could come identify it if I wanted. I almost didn't. The idea of standing in that room again, fluorescent lights bouncing off stainless steel, made my stomach turn. But I went. The carabiner was small, silver, weathered by sun and snow. The initials were there, barely visible. It could have been anyone's, but the handwriting, if you can call it that, looked like his. Where'd they find it? I asked. The ranger checked his notes. Upper ridge, just past the tree line. Mile marker 15. That was miles from where we'd been. I thanked him and left. I didn't ask how something could travel uphill. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the carabiner. How it might have come loose. How it might have moved. How it might not have been his at all. My brain kept spinning through all the sensible explanations until they sounded less sensible the more I repeated them. The next weekend, I drove back to Rainier. Not to climb, not to search, just to look. I parked at a lookout spot halfway up, where you can see the lower valleys when the weather's clear. It wasn't clear that day. The fog was sitting low, rolling over the trees like slow smoke. I didn't go in. I just stood at the edge of the lot, watching it shift. After a few minutes, another car pulled in. An older couple stepped out, cameras in hand. They asked if I wanted them to take a picture for me. I said no, thanks. They smiled politely and went on. But as I turned back toward the valley, I realized I was gripping the flask in my pocket. I hadn't brought it intentionally. It had been sitting in my glove box since spring. I don't know what possessed me, but I uncapped it and poured the last drop into the gravel. The smell hit me. Smoke, peat, faint sweetness. For a second, the air went perfectly still. No wind, no birds, no sound. Then the fog shifted again, just slightly, and the mountain exhaled. I drove home without looking back. In the months since, I've tried to make peace with what's left. I started teaching basic hiking safety, classes at a community center. Nothing formal, just tips for beginners. Check weather patterns. Carry a whistle, never go alone in uncertain terrain. People listen. They nod. They don't ask what made me care about it so much, though some probably know. Sometimes after class, someone will linger, always the same kind of person. Quiet, curious, carrying their own unspoken story. They'll ask, "Did you ever find him?" And I'll say, "No," but I stopped needing to. That's not quite true, but it's close enough. Every so often, I still get letters from people who've read Emily's article. One came last month from a man in Oregon who claimed to have seen something unusual on the mountain the week Colin vanished. He described a wall of mist that moved against the wind. He said it followed the trail for nearly half a mile before dispersing. I didn't reply, because I've learned something these past years. When people try to describe what they don't understand, they all end up using the same words. Fog, silence, missing. That's the vocabulary of loss out there. It's never the monsters people imagine. It's the space left behind. I still hike occasionally, though only in places where the air stays clear. Short trails, predictable weather. I don't go for distance anymore. I go to listen, to the creak of trees, the crunch of dirt, the small proof that the world keeps moving. Sometimes, when the path dips low and the morning mist clings to the ground, I pause and breathe it in. Not fear exactly, more like respect. The mountain doesn't owe us clarity. It never did. People ask why I still go out there at all. The answer's simple: if I stop, then that day becomes the only story left. Going back, even just a little, reminds me there's more than the fog. That before it came, there was sunlight and laughter, and two friends teasing each other about who packed the better coffee. That's what I hold on to. I don't know if I'll ever hike Rainier again. Maybe that's for the best. Some places take what they need and ask not to be disturbed. But I keep the map pinned above my desk. A small red mark circles where we camped that night. Sometimes I trace it with my thumb, following the trail until it fades into contour lines and blank space. People think stories like this are about fear, about the unknown swallowing someone whole. But living with it teaches you something quieter. That what really haunts you isn't what vanished, but what stayed. The unfinished sentences, the empty tent, the echo of your own name in your mouth when no one answers. That's the part that lingers. On foggy mornings, I still catch myself turning toward the window, half expecting to see the gray rolling in like it used to. It never quite reaches me. It hangs there, distant, polite. And maybe that's enough. This truce between what's lost and what remains. Because sometimes, the fog doesn't take you. It just waits for you to understand what it already knows. That silence is also a kind of memory. My name is Rochelle Dean, and I have always believed that solitude sharpens the mind. I am 30, 4 years old, unmarried, and, by my own admission, too comfortable with silence. I work as an environmental researcher, though that title sounds grander than it feels. Mostly, I record soil samples, photograph tree growth, and write small reports that few ever read. When I requested a 2-week leave to hike through the Idaho wilderness alone, no one questioned my decision. They just said, "That sounds like you." And they were right. The plan was simple: drive north until the paved roads ended, find a clearing to camp, and spend several days collecting data for my personal project on tree density near the Salmon River. I had done similar trips before, always alone, always safe. But this time felt different before it even began, like I was being observed by something that hadn't yet decided what it wanted. I told myself that was just anticipation. I reached the site late in the afternoon of the first day. The forest was wide and empty, stretching in every direction like a green ocean. Tall pines stood in tight ranks, their trunks black with age and shadow. The air carried the clean smell of resin and damp bark. I set up my small gray tent near a narrow trail, where the ground sloped gently toward a creek. I remember the sound of the water, steady, almost polite. That night, I cooked beans over a tiny stove and watched the firelight move across the trees. The first night in the wild is always the hardest. The body resists quiet after years of background noise. I listen to the wind shift through the canopy, to insects tuning the darkness like an orchestra warming up. When I finally slept, it was deep and dreamless. On the second day, I woke early and followed the trail deeper into the woods. I noted the species around me: ponderosa pine, Douglas fir, western larch. The forest was generous, offering discoveries with each step. A bird's nest woven tight against a low branch, a fallen antler half buried in moss, the faint smarch marks of a bear long gone. I felt small but safe, as though the forest tolerated me rather than ignored me. By the evening of the second day, clouds gathered low and gray. The air cooled fast, carrying that metallic smell that announces rain. I decided to return to camp rather than press farther. The rain began around dusk, first as a whisper, then as a steady drumming that swallowed every sound but its own. Inside the tent, wrapped in my sleeping bag, I read half a chapter from a worn paperback before turning off my lamp. Sleep came slower that night, edged by the sound of the storm. When I opened my eyes again, I thought I was dreaming. The rain had stopped, but a faint dripping still fell from the branches. The world was quiet, too quiet. It took me a moment to understand that what had woken me wasn't silence but sound. Someone was calling my name. Rachel? It was faint, almost uncertain, drifting through the trees like the echo of a memory. I sat up, pulse rising. My watch said 3:12 a.m. The fire had long gone cold, the air chilled enough that my breath looked pale in the dark. I listened. Nothing. Just the slow drip of water from pine needles. I convinced myself it had been a dream or an animal noise mistaken for speech. Still, I couldn't shake the familiarity of that voice. It had carried the exact rhythm of my own when I said my name aloud during introductions. Rochelle. After several minutes, I unzipped the tent a few inches and peeked out. The forest was washed clean, glistening in the faint silver of a waning moon. No movement. My eyes swept over the clearing, the trees standing like witnesses. I told myself I was being absurd, zipped the tent closed, and lay back down. I had nearly fallen asleep again when the voice came once more, closer, more deliberate. Rachel. The syllables were perfect. My pitch, my breath, my inflection. I felt the words inside my own chest as though they had come from me. I froze. The rational mind always looks for ladders out of fear. Perhaps it was an echo, a trick of acoustics between the valley walls, a hiker still awake somewhere nearby. But this was private land. I had driven an hour past the last sign of civilization. I waited, every muscle taut. The voice didn't return. What replaced it was worse. A faint sound like soft footsteps pressing into wet leaves. Then nothing. The forest resumed its ancient stillness. I stayed awake until dawn. By morning, the unease felt almost childish. Fear tends to shrink in daylight. I brewed coffee and laughed at myself quietly. My reflection in the stainless steel mug looked pale but calm. The forest looked ordinary again. Sunlight cutting through mist, birds restarting their chorus. Still, I couldn't dismiss the voice. It had sounded recorded, as if the forest had captured a piece of me and was playing it back. I noted the event in my field journal. Heard my own voice from woods around 3 a.m., likely auditory illusion caused by wind after storm. Writing it down made it feel scientific, containable. The third day passed uneventfully. I hiked to a ridge about 2 miles north, collected samples, took photographs. Yet I caught myself glancing over my shoulder more often than usual. At times, I thought I saw movement among the trees. A shadow that seemed to anticipate mine, a flicker of pale fabric where there should have been only bark. Each time I blinked, it vanished. By the time I returned to camp that evening, exhaustion had dulled both reason and fear. I ate a cold dinner and sat watching the sun dip behind the ridgeline. The forest exhaled slowly, trading light for breath. I should have been at peace, but something in the air felt expectant, like a held note waiting to resolve. When darkness fell, I crawled into the tent and tried to read again. My eyes skimmed the same paragraph again and again without meaning. I turned off the lamp. Outside, the night pressed close. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called. Then the sound came again, my name. This time there was no mistake. No half-dream haze. It was clear, deliberate, and close enough that the canvas of my tent vibrated faintly from the resonance. Rochelle. I sat up so quickly that the sleeping bag tangled around my legs. My heart hammered hard enough that I could hear the rush of blood in my ears. Who's there? I managed, though the question felt absurd. No answer. Only the whisper of pine needles brushing one another. Then, from perhaps 20 feet away, "Come here." The voice was mine again. Warm, coaxing, perfectly matched in tone. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent. The beam cut through fog and shadow, catching on the pale columns of trees. My breath came fast, visible. Hello. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw movement, something pale between the trunks. I raised the light higher. There I was, standing beneath a tall pine, barefoot on the wet ground, wearing the same flannel shirt I had on, the same jeans, even the same tear on the right knee. My hair clung damp against her face and she was smiling. Not a friendly smile, something softer, stranger. The way you might smile at a photograph of yourself and wonder who the person inside it really is. She lifted one hand and beckoned. The gesture was slow, almost tender. I couldn't move. Every instinct screamed to run, but my body refused. The forest around us seemed to lean closer, listening. I felt a pull, faint but physical, like a tide at my ankles. She tilted her head, still smiling, and beckoned again. The air between us shimmered slightly, as if heat rose from the damp ground. I saw her lips move. Though I couldn't hear words, I knew she was repeating my name. That broke the paralysis. I stumbled backward into the tent, grabbed the flashlight and ran. I didn't look to see if she followed. My boots struck mud and roots, the beam bouncing wildly off trunks and branches. I didn't stop until the forest thinned, and the faint outline of the dirt road appeared through the trees. I turned once, gasping. The forest behind me looked ordinary again, quiet, unmoving. But the feeling of being watched lingered, heavy as humidity. I walked until dawn painted the sky pale blue, then found my way back to camp by sheer habit. The tent stood untouched, the zipper closed, my pack still inside, everything exactly as I had left it. For a moment, I considered packing and leaving immediately. But some stubborn part of me, the same part that had come here for solitude and proof, wanted to understand. I told myself that fear distorts memory, that I might have been sleepwalking, hallucinating, or reacting to stress. Yet when I opened my journal to make another entry, I noticed something impossible. The last page, the one where I had written about the voice, was gone. Torn cleanly out, the edges neat as if cut by a blade. I searched the tent, the surrounding ground, even the creek bed. Nothing. The page was simply gone. The rest of the day passed under an uneasy silence. The forest no longer sounded like itself. Every gust of wind seemed to carry a whisper just beyond hearing. When I crouched to collect soil samples, I caught the faint echo of footsteps matching mine, always a half beat behind. That night, I didn't sleep inside the tent. I sat near the dying fire until exhaustion blurred my thoughts. The forest watched and waited. I told myself I would leave at first light. But as the hours dragged on and the darkness deepened, I began to feel a different truth settle in. A slow, sinking certainty that maybe I hadn't run far enough, and maybe I hadn't left her behind. I left at dawn. No breakfast, no coffee, just a blind, mechanical need to move. My hands shook as I packed, but my mind was steady in that narrow way fear can sharpen logic. I folded the tent, checked that nothing was missing except a torn journal page, and started toward the car. The forest seemed to exhale as I went, each breath of wind trailing behind me like it wanted to follow. The trail was wet from dew, the ground soft and dark. I kept my flashlight ready though the sun had risen. Light felt like armor. My boots made small sucking sounds in the mud. Too loud, too rhythmic. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen, certain I'd hear another set of steps, keeping pace with mine. But the forest answered only with its own pulse. When I reached the dirt road, my body loosened. Civilization was still miles away, but that strip of open space felt almost holy. My car sat where I'd left it, a gray shape half, hidden by ferns. I slid inside, locked the doors, and sat gripping the steering wheel. Nothing happened. No movement in the trees. No whisper of my name. Just the low hum of wind through the valley. I turned the ignition. The car started. I wanted to cry from the simple sound of the engine. For 10 minutes, I drove slowly through the winding path that led back toward the main road. Then, curiosity, or guilt, made me glance in the rearview mirror. Someone was standing at the curve of the trail behind me. A figure small enough to seem fragile at that distance, yet clear enough to know it was me. Same jacket, same hair blowing slightly in the breeze. She wasn't smiling this time. She just stood there, head tilted, as if listening to the fading sound of my tires. I pressed harder on the gas, gravel spitting out from under the wheels. When I dared another look, the road was empty again. By the time I reached a small town an hour south, my nerves were raw. I stopped at a diner on the edge of the highway, a squat white building that smelled like coffee and fried oil. The woman behind the counter, middle-aged and soft-spoken, didn't seem to notice the mud streaked up my jeans or the tremor in my voice when I ordered pancakes. I asked, trying to sound casual, if she'd heard about hikers getting lost nearby. She shook her head. Not this season. You out there alone? Yes, I said, and immediately wished I hadn't. Her eyes softened with something like concern. You be careful, huh? Woods out there can play tricks on you. Sound carries strange after rain. I nodded, pretending that explained everything. But inside, the words scraped against something deeper. Sound carries strange. Like the forest had thrown my own voice back at me, warped but recognizable. After breakfast, I went to the small motel across the street. The sign said VANCY in letters missing their red glow. The manager handed me a key without asking for ID. I showered until the water turned cold, then slept for 12 hours straight. When I woke, it was dark again. My body felt heavy, like I'd been buried in sleep instead of resting. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. It was dead. The charger was in my car, so I pulled on a sweater and stepped outside. The air smelled of rain again. The parking lot glistened under the single buzzing streetlight. I walked toward my car, opened the back door to grab my charger, and froze. A single sheet of paper sat neatly on the passenger seat, torn on one side, My journal page. My handwriting, small, tight, factual, filled the top half. Beneath it, new words had been added, written in the same hand but not by me. You shouldn't have run. My mouth went dry. I looked around the lot. The night was empty except for the flicker of the streetlight and the hum of distant traffic. I grabbed the page, locked the car, and hurried back inside. The motel room felt smaller now, like the air had thickened. I sat on the bed, staring at the note until the letters blurred. Logic insisted there had to be an explanation. I'd misplaced the page. Someone found it near the trail end. What? Followed me, tracked me, broke into my car to return it. Impossible. But so was the rest of it. At some point, I fell asleep sitting up. When I woke again, the paper was gone. I tore the room apart looking for it. Nothing. Only the faint indentation it had left on the bedspread. That morning, I told myself I was done with this. I'd go home, back to boys. Maybe even take a leave from work. Let someone else measure the trees. I checked out, started the drive south, and didn't look in the mirrors. For a few hours, it worked. The road unwound beneath me, each mile pulling me farther from the forest's gravity. Music played quietly through the speakers. My hands began to relax on the wheel. Around noon, I noticed something strange in the rearview. A car following me. A black SUV, always the same distance behind. I slowed. It slowed. I turned onto a side road toward a gas station. The SUV followed. At the station, I parked near the pumps and got out. The SUV stopped across the lot. The driver's window was tinted. I couldn't see inside. I took a slow step closer, trying to catch a glimpse of the person. Then the engine revved, and the vehicle reversed sharply before, speeding way toward the main road. The attendant inside the station, a young guy with earphones, hadn't even looked up. When I asked if he'd noticed the SUV, he shrugged. Didn't see anything. I bought water, got back in the car, and sat there shaking. The highway stretched ahead like an open vein. Somewhere past Twin Falls, fatigue won. I pulled into a rest stop, a flat expanse of asphalt and picnic tables ringed by low grass. Only one other car sat parked at the far end, windows fogged. I reclined my seat and closed my eyes. Just a quick rest, I told myself. The hum of the highway became white noise. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was low. I must have slept an hour. I reached for my bottle of water and froze. Someone had drawn in a thin layer of dust across my windshield. 3 words traced carefully by a fingertip. We are almost home. The shape of the letters. My handwriting again. I started the car and drove without thinking, heart punching against my ribs. I didn't even know what home meant anymore. My apartment. Or the place I'd left behind in those woods. I reached Boys after sunset. The streets looked unfamiliar, the world somehow thinner. I parked, climbed the stairs to my apartment, and locked the door behind me. I stood there for a long time, listening. The silence was solid, trustworthy. For the first time in days, I thought I was safe. Then the light in the hallway flickered. Once, twice, steady again. I told myself it was wiring. It always was. I unpacked, showered, made tea, trying to build normalcy through small rituals. Yet every time I passed a mirror, I hesitated. My reflection felt half a breath too slow, like it needed to remember what to do after I moved. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat on the couch with a blanket, laptop open, typing what had happened. Documentation felt like control. If I could write it clearly, maybe it would stay inside the boundaries of language. Around 2 a.m., The hallway light outside my apartment flickered again. I muted the laptop, listening. Then came a sound, soft, deliberate knocks, 3 of them. I didn't move. A pause. Then 3 more. I forced myself up and approached the door, every nerve screaming. Through the peephole, the corridor looked empty. I waited. Silence. Finally, I unlatched the door and opened it a few inches. There was no one there, but something lay on the floor, a folded piece of paper, damp at the edges as if carried through rain. Inside, 1 sentence, "You left me behind." I sat on the floor for a long time with the note in my lap. The handwriting was flawless. Mine again. I should have called someone. A friend, the police, anyone. Instead, I burned the note in the sink, watched the paper curl into black lace, and rinsed the ashes down the drain. That night, I dreamed of the forest again. The sound of the creek, the gleam of wet bark. I saw her, myself, standing under the same pine tree. Only this time, when she smiled, I felt my own lips move in sync. I woke with the taste of soil in my mouth and the smell of pine needles on my hands. Morning brought weak light through the curtains. My reflection in the mirror looked drawn, older. I traced the dark smudge on my wrist and realized it was a bruise shaped like fingers. I tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. The world outside felt unchanged, but something in me was already shifting, like I was a photograph exposed to too much light. I told myself it was over, that she, or it, had no reason to follow me here. But when I opened my notebook to write, the first page was no longer blank. Across the top, written neatly, "3rd night. She comes again." I didn't write the next line. I closed the notebook, shoved it into a drawer, and tried to forget it existed. But I could still feel the words pulsing, faintly through the wood like a heartbeat. 3rd night, she comes again. It sounded less like a warning and more like a promise. The day moved strangely. I went through the motions of normal life. Laundry, dishes, answering work emails I couldn't remember writing. My colleagues thought I was still on my research trip. I let them think so. The thought of explaining anything felt absurd. The only thing that made sense was to act as if nothing had happened. Pretend I'd outrun it. That afternoon, a courier dropped off a small package addressed to me. No return label. Inside was my field camera, the one I'd left packed with the tent. I hadn't noticed it missing when I fled. My breath caught. The casing was damp, like it had been buried and dug up again. I turned it on. There were 12 new photos. The first few were the ones I remembered taking. Tree trunks, soil samples, the ridge view. Then the sequence shifted. A photo of my tent at night, taken from the tree line. Another. Closer, my silhouette inside, reading by lamplight. The next showed me sleeping, my face half hidden in the bag. The final image was of me standing under the pine tree, the exact moment I'd seen her. Only in this version, I was smiling, and there was no one else in the frame. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor, lens cracking. I didn't pick it up. By evening, every sound in the apartment had taken on an edge. The radiator's hiss turned to breathing. The tick of the clock sounded like footsteps pacing behind the wall. I told myself it was stress. The mind replays fear until it starts believing its own performance. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something was waiting for a signal from me. Permission, perhaps. That if I acknowledged it out loud, it would step closer. I made coffee, left the lights on, and forced myself to stay awake. Midnight passed quietly. Then 1 o'clock. 2. Nothing. My body started to relax. At 2:43, the power went out. The apartment fell into perfect darkness, swallowing every familiar shape. I waited for the hum of the fridge or the click of the hallway light to return. Nothing. Just my own breathing. Then, faintly, from the kitchen, the sound of dripping water. I moved slowly toward it, my phone flashlight shaking in my hand. The sink was dry. But on the counter beside it, wet footprints. Bare. They led toward the living room. I followed them with the light, each print glistening as if freshly made. They stopped at the notebook I had locked away earlier. The drawer was open now. The notebook lay flat, open to a page I hadn't written. She's here. Let her in. A noise behind me, soft fabric brushing the doorframe. I turned. There I was again, standing in the dark, illuminated only by the thin beam of my phone light. My own face, calm and damp with rain, hair dripping onto the floor. The clothes were the same ones from the florist, stained with soil. I couldn't speak. She smiled, not cruelly, not kindly, a neutral curiosity, like someone looking at an animal caught in a mirror. When she stepped forward, I stumbled back against the counter. The air between us tightened. I could hear my own pulse in my ears. "What do you want?" I managed to whisper. She tilted her head, the same way I do when thinking. "You left," she said, my voice but softer. "You weren't supposed to leave." "I don't understand." She moved closer until the air seemed to bend around her. "You were supposed to stay. We were supposed to be one." Her breath smelled like the forest after rain, earth and pine and something faintly metallic. "Who are you?" Her smile widened slightly. "Who are you?" For a moment, the world seemed to flicker. I saw two versions of the room. The bright, odored apartment overlaying another darker place. Trees pressing against windows, soil instead of floorboards, moonlight sliding through branches. The two spaces merged, the boundaries trembling like a heat mirage. I could hear the creak again. I felt her hand brush mine, cold, damp, real. The contact made the world sharpen painfully, and then blur. My mind split into two currents, one clinging to the apartment, the other sinking into the forest. "Come back," she whispered. "It's quieter there." I jerked my hand free and lunged for the light switch out of pure instinct. When the bulb flared back to life, the power had returned, and she was gone. Only wet footprints remained, already fading. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor, back to the wall, every light on. Morning arrived pale and uncertain. I should have left, gone to a hotel, a friend's place, anywhere. Instead, I found myself packing the car again. The decision didn't feel made, it just happened. Like a path unfolding underfoot. The drive north felt both familiar and wrong. The towns blurred past in reverse order, each one emptier than I remembered. By the time I reached the outskirts of the forest, daylight was sinking. The same road, the same turns. I stopped where the gravel path began. The air was heavy with the smell of resin and damp earth, exactly as before. I told myself I was here to end it, to see what waited and make it stop. But even as I thought it, part of me already knew that wasn't true. I walked until the trees thickened around me. The forest accepted me without hesitation, as though it had been waiting. When I reached the clearing where my tent had once stood, I found it still there. Set up neatly, the canvas dry and clean, as if I had never taken it down. Inside, my sleeping bag was spread open. My field journal rested on top. I knelt and opened it. Every page was filled now, written in my handwriting, though I hadn't touched it since leaving. It told the story perfectly, word for word. including this moment. The last line stopped mid-sentence. She's standing behind me. I froze. A breath against the back of my neck. I knew you'd come home, she said. I turned slowly. She stood there, inches away, eyes wide and glassy. For the first time, I noticed small differences. The faint scar above her lip that I didn't have, the paler eyes. She wasn't an exact reflection. She was what I might have been if I'd stayed too long. "What are you?" I asked. She tilted her head again. "The rest of you." Her hand touched my chest. Cold seeped through my skin, deep as water. My vision blurred. The forest darkened around us, edges softening until everything hummed. "I don't want this," I said, but the words came out thick, underwater. "You already chose," she whispered. "When you ran, you split. I kept what you left behind." The light faded completely. I felt weightless, like my body had been peeled away from itself. A warmth began at the back of my skull and spread downward, a tide reversing course. Then silence. When I opened my eyes, the forest looked brighter. The air was warm again. Birds sang somewhere distant. I stood in the clearing alone, the tent gone. My hands looked clean, my nails pale. I felt calm, peaceful in a way that was almost holy. The fear was gone. So was the noise inside my head. I started walking. Each step felt sure, familiar. The forest no longer loomed, it welcomed. After a while, I reached the creek. The water was glass clear. I leaned over it and saw my reflection. She smiled up at me. Not me, her, the other. But this time, I didn't feel alarm. I touched the surface, and the face in the water didn't ripple or distort. It stayed steady, waiting. When I spoke, our voices came together, layered perfectly. "I'm home." Somewhere far off, thunder rolled. The air shifted, carrying the scent of rain. I could hear the forest breathing again, steady and slow. I stayed by the creek until the light thinned and shadows lengthened. It didn't matter. The dark didn't feel hostile anymore. It felt alive, vast, mine. Later, how much later? I don't know. I saw a glint of metal half buried in the dirt. My old camera. The cracked lens had been repaired. I lifted it, turned it on. It worked. There was only one photo stored. A woman standing at the edge of the woods, wearing my clothes, my expression uncertain. Behind her, trees stretched endlessly. The timestamp was from tonight. I looked down at my hands again. Mud lined the creases of my palms. The faint mark of her fingers still rested on my wrist. Somewhere I thought I heard a car starting. The faint grind of tires on gravel. Maybe she was leaving now. The version of me that had run. Maybe she'd make it back to the road and keep going, never realizing what she'd left behind. I smiled. It didn't matter anymore. One of us was home, and that was enough. When the rain finally began, it was gentle, familiar. I lifted my face to it and closed my eyes. The water tasted like memory. I don't know if I ever left those woods again. Sometimes I dream I'm back in the apartment, lights flickering, the hum of the fridge steady. Other times I dream I'm standing at the creek, watching my reflection smile up at me, waiting for the next storm. But each time I wake, the smell of pine is there, the earth beneath my hands, the steady rhythm of two hearts beating in the same body. Maybe that's what it means to find yourself. Not escape, but merge. The forest keeps its secrets. I am one of them now. And when the wind moves through the trees on quiet nights, sometimes it carries a voice. Soft, familiar. Rochelle. Not calling anymore, just reminding. When I first saw the red tent, I almost didn't stop. It was the color that caught my eye. The kind of faded crimson you only notice because everything else in Glacier National Park is green or gray. I'd been hiking for 3 days alone, following a route that wasn't technically off trail but felt like it. The kind of path where you stop seeing other people around noon and start talking to yourself by sunset. I'm not a survivalist or an influencer or anything like that. I'm a middle-aged teacher from Portland who hikes every summer to clear his head. My name's Tobias Franks. I've been doing this trip for years. Same backpack, same boots. Same notebook where I write down every trail and campsite. I like the solitude. I like how silence sounds when it's real. That morning had started out bright, but the sky was beginning to turn that overcast silver that means a storm is sitting somewhere behind the ridge. I was about an hour from where I planned to set up camp when I saw it, a red tent tucked between two spruces just off the trail. At first glance, I thought someone was already camping there. I slowed down, thinking maybe I'd ask to share their fire or just nod hello. Simple trail courtesy. But as I got closer, something about it didn't sit right. It wasn't the kind of tent you'd buy today. The material looked older, more canvas than nylon. The seams were frayed. The zipper hung open, teeth bent and darkened with rust. I called out once,
A quick, hey there.
but nothing came back except the wind brushing through the pines. No movement inside. No gear scattered around. No smoke. Just the tent. I should have kept walking. That's what I told myself later. But curiosity has this quiet way of dressing itself up as reason. You tell yourself you're just checking if someone's hurt, or that maybe they left something important behind. Really, you just want to know. I stepped off the trail. The ground around the tent was soft and uneven. Needles, old leaves, and what looked like ashes scattered in a small patch beside a circle of rocks. An old fire pit, long cold. The tent itself leaned slightly to one side, as if the poles were giving up. Up close, the color wasn't even red anymore. More like dried blood mixed with dust. I crouched down, peered inside. Nothing. No sleeping bag, no clothes, no food wrappers. Just the smell. Damp, metallic, like wet coins. The floor of the tent was stained, though I couldn't tell with what. Mud, maybe. And pinned to the inner wall, right above where someone's head would have rested, was a photograph. It was an old printed photo, curling at the edges, stuck with a single rusted thumbtack. 5 hikers stood in front of a lake, smiling, sun in their eyes. All wearing big packs, messy hair, sunburned faces. The kind of picture you could take at the start of a trip, when everything still feels safe. The one on the far left was me. I froze. My first thought wasn't fear. It was confusion, like seeing your reflection in a window that isn't supposed to be there. I leaned closer, trying to make sense of it. Same build, same beard. Even the same scar on my forearm, faint but visible. I looked younger in the photo, maybe 5 or 6 years. The others, I didn't recognize any of them. The back of my neck started to prickle. I stepped out of the tent, holding my breath like something might move behind me. The forest had gone very still, no birds, no wind, just that deep, empty quiet that comes when the world seems to pause. I waited, half expecting someone to appear and tell me it was a joke. No one did. I took the photo down. The thumbtack came loose easily. I turned it over, hoping for writing. There was a date scrawled in blue ink, July 16, 2019. That was 3 summers ago. I tried to remember where I'd been that summer. I'd gone hiking, sure, but not here. Not Glacier. I'd been in Washington that year. I remembered it clearly because I'd sprained my ankle on the Skyline Trail. I still had the brace at home. I slipped the photo into my jacket pocket and zipped it up. For some reason, leaving it there on the tent wall felt wrong, like leaving a piece of myself behind. As I started to walk away, something else caught my eye. A second tent peg half, buried in the dirt, broken clean in half. The metal was bent outward, like it had been pulled up with force. I told myself it was just age, rust, weather, but part of me wondered what could have yanked it loose. The trail felt different on the way back. Same direction, same trees, but the shadows were heavier, and I kept glancing behind me. Once, I thought I heard a footstep, soft, deliberate. But when I stopped, there was nothing but my own breathing. It's amazing how fast your mind starts filling in blanks when you're alone. I didn't make camp that night. I kept walking until I reached a ranger station near the edge of the trail system. A squat log building with a tin roof that pinged in the rain. The ranger on duty was a woman named Maggie, maybe mid-40s, calm voice, sun-lined face. She looked up when I came in, dripping and pale, clutching that photo in my hand like a talisman. "Everything all right?" she asked. I found something out there," I said, setting the photo on her desk. She leaned in, squinting. "Where exactly?" I told her about the red tent, described where it was, how long it looked like it had been there. She frowned, tapping the picture with her finger. "You said this one's you." "Looks like it." "You ever lose a photo like this before?" "No. I've never even seen it." She studied me for a long time, then stood up and disappeared into a back room. When she came back, she was holding a file folder, the kind that looked like it had been opened 100 times. She slid it across the desk. "This tent," she said slowly, "was reported 2 years ago. A couple of hikers saw it in roughly the same area you described. Rangers went to check. No sign of anyone, but they took photos. Tent was empty then too. Did they ever take it down?" She shook her head. "They left it for a while, thought someone might come back. When they went again the next season, it was gone." "Gone?" "Yeah. Like someone packed it up." I told her it was there again now, torn and old but still standing. She didn't write anything down, just gave me a look that I couldn't read. Half disbelief, half concern. "Do you still have the GPS coordinates?" she asked. I gave her the best description I could. She nodded, scribbling on a pad. "You planning to stay the night here?" she asked after a pause. "Yeah," I said, "if that's okay." She pointed to a small bunk room in the back. "You can crash there. There's a stove if you want to dry out. I'll radio this in tomorrow." That night, I tried to sleep, but my mind wouldn't settle. The photo lay on the table beside me, face down. I kept thinking about the others in the picture. Their smiles, how natural they looked. How my own face in it seemed almost proud. Like I knew something I didn't remember knowing. Sometime past midnight, the generator outside coughed and died, and the lights flickered out. I lay there in the dark, listening to the rain taper off, the walls creaking in the wind. Then I heard it, the faintest sound, like fabric brushing against wood. A slow, dragging sound from the porch. I sat up. The window was just a dark square. I wanted to believe it was a branch, the wind, anything ordinary. But the sound came again. Longer this time, closer. Then it stopped. I waited, heart hammering, until the silence became too loud to bear. Finally, I reached for my flashlight and crept to the door. I pressed my ear to the wood. Nothing. Not even wind now. I turned the handle slowly and opened the door a crack. The porch was empty. Wet boards, dark forest beyond. Except something leaned against the wall right beside the doorway. I angled the light. It was a single tent peg. Rusted. Bent outward. And stuck to it, barely hanging on in the damp, was another photograph. The same 5 hikers. Same lake. But this time, one of them was missing. The one on the far left, me. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on the bunk until dawn. The flashlight clutched in my hand, long after the batteries dimmed to a faint orange pulse. The photo and the peg lay on the table. I kept staring at them, like they might change if I blinked enough. My own absence in the second photo felt heavier than any face that remained. When the morning light seeped through the window, pale and thin, I half expected the things to be gone. They weren't. Same photo, same rust. I couldn't tell if that was comfort or confirmation. Maggie was already up, pouring coffee into a metal mug when I stepped out. She gave me a look. One of those long, silent assessments where you can feel the questions behind it. "You look like hell," she said finally. "Didn't sleep much." "I radioed the district office," she said. "Told them what you found. They'll probably send someone out in a day or two to take a look." She sipped her coffee. "Where'd you find that peg?" "On the porch," I said. Her brow tightened. "Last night?" "Yeah." She didn't answer right away. Just set her cup down and went to check the door, as if to prove to herself I wasn't making it up. When she came back, she nodded toward the peg and photo on the table. "You should let me hold on to those." Something in her tone wasn't quite a suggestion. I hesitated but handed them over. She slipped both into a manila envelope and tucked it into a cabinet. "You're planning to head out today?" she asked. "I think so. I just want to take one more look. Maybe I missed something." She frowned. "That's not a good idea, Tobias. Storm's rolling back in this afternoon. Best you stay near the trailhead." "I won't go far," I said, "just to see it in daylight." She sighed as if she already knew she wouldn't change my mind. "Fine. But take the radio. Channel 4. Call if anything feels off." "Feels off?" I asked. Her eyes flicked toward the window. "You'll know what I mean." I left a little after 9. The air smelled like wet bark and distant snow. My pack felt heavier even, though I'd barely put anything in it. The forest seemed quieter than before, a silence with weight in it. It took me nearly 2 hours to reach the spot. The trees began to thin near the clearing, and I slowed down listening. Nothing. No birds, no wind. Even the air felt thicker. When I stepped into the clearing, my stomach dropped. The tent was gone. Not collapsed or buried or torn down. Just gone. A bare patch of earth where it had stood, surrounded by the same trees, the same stones. But no trace of fabric, poles, or ash. Even the fire pit looked cleaner, like someone had raked it smooth. I walked the perimeter, searching for footprints, tire marks, anything. There was nothing but pine needles and damp soil. I took out my phone. No signal. As expected, and knelt down where the tent had been. The ground was slightly indented, circular, but soft enough that any tracks had been erased by rain. I ran my hand through the dirt and felt something cold beneath the surface. A zipper pull. Small, corroded, still attached to a short strip of red fabric. I turned it over in my palm. It was the same faded shade as the tent. That's when I noticed the smell faint, metallic again, like the inside of old coins. I looked around. The wind had picked up, whispering through the trees. For a second, I thought I heard voices mixed in. Low, almost conversational murmurs carried on the gusts. I spun around, but the clearing was empty. The radio on my belt crackled. A burst of static, then Maggie's voice, faint and warped. "Tobias, do you copy?" I grabbed it.
Yeah, here?
"Where are you?" "At the clearing." The tent's gone. Static swallowed half her next words. "You get out of there now." Something. Then silence. Just the hiss of dead air. I tried calling back. Nothing. The forest felt closer suddenly, like it had shifted a few feet inward. I slung the radio back and started heading out. The trail looked the same at first, but within minutes the landmarks started blurring. A fallen tree that should have been to my left was on the right. The slope that led toward the ridge was steeper, unfamiliar. I told myself I'd veered slightly off course and kept walking. After 20 minutes, I realized I was looping. I passed the same cluster of rocks twice, a distinctive black lichen streak marking one side. I dropped my pack, tried to calm down. My watch said it was just past noon, but the light looked more like late afternoon. The clouds had thickened into a solid gray, lit above the peaks. That's when I saw it again. About 50 yards ahead through the trees, red fabric. My chest tightened. It was the tent. Same torn edge flapping lightly in the breeze, same lean to one side. Sitting exactly as I'd first seen it. I didn't move for a long time. The logical part of me tried to piece it together. Maybe I'd misjudged the distance. Maybe there were two identical tents. Maybe my sense of direction was shot. But none of that made sense. I'd walked nearly a mile south. This was the same clearing. I forced myself forward, step by step, until I stood at the entrance. The smell was stronger now. Inside, the tent was empty again, except for the photo pinned to the wall. A new one. This time there were only 3 people left in it. The 2 in the center and 1 on the far right. My absence was old news. Another person was missing too. The man who'd stood beside me originally. His face was gone from the photo, leaving only a faint, silvery outline where he'd been. My hands shook as I took it down. The thumbtack left a small tear in the canvas. I turned the picture over. No date this time, just a word written in the same blue ink. Tomorrow. That was enough. I backed out, nearly tripping over a root, and started down the trail at a near run. I didn't look back. Every few seconds, I checked over my shoulder anyway. It took far longer to find the main path than it should have. When I finally stumbled onto it, I recognized a faded trail marker nailed to a spruce. Relief hit me hard enough to make my knees weak. I followed the markers back toward the ranger station, though the forest seemed different now. Darker, tighter. Like the light was being filtered through smoke. By the time I reached the clearing near the station, rain had started again, fine and cold. The building sat ahead, its tin roof gleaming wetly. But something was wrong. The lights inside were off. The door hung slightly open. "Maggie," I called. No answer. I stepped inside. The air was damp and smelled faintly of burnt coffee. The manila envelope was still on the counter, where she'd left it, but the cabinet door was open. Her jacket hung on the chair, her radio still charging. A mug lay on its side, a thin ring of dried coffee around it. "Maggie." I tried again, louder this time. The only response was the steady drip of rain from the eaves outside. I picked up the envelope. meaning to see if the photo and Peg were still there. They were, except the photo wasn't the same. Now there were only two people left. The man and woman in the center, holding hands, smiling faintly. I dropped it. The envelope hit the floor with a flat slap. I wanted to run, to get out, but I didn't even know where to go. The nearest road was 12 miles. My truck was parked beyond that. The storm outside had turned to sleet. Then the radio on the desk hissed. A voice came through, faint but clear. Not Maggie's. Tobias. I froze. The tone was low, drawn out, almost tired. "Come back," it said. Static swallowed the rest. Then, "We're waiting." The radio clicked off. I don't remember leaving the station, only that I was suddenly outside. Running toward the trail again, pack half. Zip rain stinging my face. The woods were darker now, fog curling low across the ground. Every branch looked like an arm reaching. I kept to the trail, counting my steps, forcing myself not to look anywhere else. After a while, I started hearing footsteps that weren't mine. Always a half beat behind, like someone matching my pace but never overtaking. When I stopped, they stopped. When I moved, they followed. I told myself it was the echo of rain hitting leaves. I didn't believe it. I finally stopped near a rock outcrop and turned, flashlight raised. Nothing but trees. Then, a flicker of red between them. Quick, almost gone. A piece of fabric caught on a branch, fluttering once before sinking to the ground. It was a strip from the tent. Still damp. Still smelling of metal. That's when I heard my name again, softer this time, from behind me. Tobias. The voice was close. Familiar. I turned slowly. Maggie stood at the edge of the trees, soaked to the bone, eyes pale and blank. She wasn't carrying a pack or a radio. Just standing there, arms limp at her sides. Her lips moved like she was still speaking, but the words came from somewhere else, everywhere at once. Tomorrow. Then she was gone. Just gone. No sound, no trace. The forest swallowed the echo, and all I could hear after was my own breathing. I don't know how long I stood there before I started walking again, back toward the trailhead. The sleet had turned to snow by then, thin flakes melting on my face. My watch had stopped working, the hands frozen at 11:47. By the time I reached the park's boundary, the sky was pitch black. I slept in the trut-off, every door locked. Sometime in the middle of the night, I dreamed. Or maybe I didn't. I was standing in the clearing again, and 5 figures were gathered around the red tent. Their faces turned toward me. One space in the line was still empty. When I woke up, there was a photo on the passenger seat. Same lake, same hikers. Only one person left. Me. Morning came pale and slow. The kind of gray that seeps into your bones. My truck windows were fogged, breath clouding the glass. For a while I just sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, staring at the forest line as if it might blink. The photo from the passenger seat lay face down, now edges curled from damp air. I hadn't touched it since I found it. I told myself I'd drive straight out of the park. Just leave. Simple plan, simple action. But I didn't start the engine right away. Something in me wanted a reason. Something practical to hold on to before I tried to explain any of this to anyone. It's strange how even fear wants proof. So I decided to go back one last time, only as far as the ranger station. Maybe Maggie had returned. Maybe the photo was just a prank, something that had been in my head too long. I don't know. Sometimes logic dresses itself in desperation. The road was slick with meltwater. Pine branches hung low, heavy with snow. I drove slow, tires crunching the thin ice, the forest pressing close on both sides. When I reached the small pull, off where the trail began, I killed the engine. The silence afterward was thick, almost physical. Only the ticking of the cooling metal. The ranger station was a mile up the path. I took nothing but my flashlight and the photo, folded pocketed, a kind of uneasy talisman. The trail was half mud, half slush, and my boots sank with each step. Around halfway there, the clouds broke enough for a shard of light to cut through, and for the first time in hours, the forest looked ordinary again. Just trees. Just wind. The smell of wet bark and cedar. When the building came into view, relief came first, quick and bright. The door was shut this time. Smoke trailed weakly from the chimney. Someone was inside. I called out before I reached it. Maggie. No answer, but the smoke held steady. I knocked. The sound was dull against the wood. Then the latch clicked, slow and cautious, and the door opened a few inches. A man stood there, bald, wary, maybe 60. He wore the same ranger jacket, but his name tag read H. Rudd. He looked me up and down like I was a stray animal. "You lost?" he asked. I blinked. "Where's Maggie?" "She was here yesterday." He frowned. "Maggie. No Maggie stationed here this season." "She was." I stopped, realizing how insane it might sound. "She was here last night." Mid-40s. Short brown hair. She called in about a red tent. He shook his head slowly. "Son, this post hasn't had full-time staff since last fall. I'm the only one here now. Came up from Apgar 3 days ago to clear out some storm damage." I stared past him into the room. Everything was the same. The desk, the stove, but cleaned up. No envelope on the counter. No mug. The place smelled of fresh coffee and ash. "You all right?" he asked. "You look like you've been out a while." "I'm fine," I said automatically. I found a tent. Red one. About an hour north on the side trail." He nodded slightly, polite but non-committal. "Could be remnants from an old campsite. Happens a lot out here. Folks pack up in a hurry, leave gear behind. It wasn't abandoned." It moved. He tilted his head, waiting for me to continue. I stopped, rubbed my temples. "Never mind. I probably just need some sleep." He gestured toward the stove. "Coffee's hot if you want it." I stepped inside, half expecting the air to shift, some trace of last night's chaos to linger. But it was just warm and ordinary. He poured me a cup, handed it over. My hands shook a little, enough to spill a few drops. "You staying long?" he asked. "No," I said. "Heading home today?" He nodded. "Good idea. Weather's turning again tonight." I sat for a while, letting the heat from the mug work into my fingers. The wall clock ticked steadily, grounding. Rudd busied himself with paperwork, glancing up every now and then like he was keeping an eye on me. When I finally stood to leave, he offered a polite half smile. "Take care on the road," he said. "These trails can mess with your sense of distance. Folks see all sorts of things when they're out too long." I wanted to argue but didn't. Maybe he was right. Maybe exhaustion had twisted things. Before I stepped out, I turned back. "If anyone asks about a red tent, could you let me know? Or report it?" He nodded. "Sure thing." Outside, the air felt sharper, colder. I followed the trail back to the truck. Nothing unusual this time. No whispers, no movement. When I reached the road, I actually laughed. Short, shaky, but real. I started the engine and drove. The park road wound downward through the valley, gray rock on one side, forest on the other. After about 30 minutes, I stopped at a lookout point where my phone finally found service. I called the ranger headquarters listed on the park map. A man answered. Calm, efficient voice. Glacier National Park Dispatch. I told him who I was, where I'd been, that I'd found a red tent possibly connected old missing persons case. He put me on hold, then came back a minute later. Sir, can you repeat the ranger's name you spoke with? Maggie, I said. Don't know the last name. Another pause. Then, we don't currently have anyone by that name on staff. Closest match would be Margaret Helton. She retired in 2019. Tuesday 19. I repeated. My throat felt dry. That's the date on the first photo. Sorry, he asked. Nothing, I said. Never mind. He thanked me for the report, said they'd log the location, send someone to check when weather allowed. I hung up. The signal bars faded out again almost immediately. I sat there for a while, watching the clouds slide over the peaks. The world looked normal again. Stubbornly, almost mockingly normal. I pulled the folded photo from my jacket. Same image. Same single figure left standing. Only this time, the edges were clean. No curl, no dampness, like it had just been printed. I turned it over. The back was blank. I left Glacier that afternoon. The rain followed me down the highway for nearly 100 miles, a gray ribbon stretching into Montana's flatlands. Every rest stop felt too quiet. I caught myself glancing at every parked car, half expecting to see that red canvas slumped somewhere nearby. I didn't, of course. When I finally reached home 2 days later, I unpacked everything into the garage. Boots, tent, stove. The red zipper pull I'd found, still in my pocket. I dropped into a drawer without looking. The photo I kept out. I told myself I'd show it to someone eventually. Maybe a friend, maybe the police. I never did. Weeks passed. Classes started. Papers to grade, coffee to make. Life resumed its shape. But small things kept tugging at me. Once, I caught my reflection in the staff lounge window, and for half a second didn't recognize my own posture. Like I was watching myself from outside. Another time, I heard static from my car radio even when it was turned off. I tried to let it go. I even planned a new trip for the next summer. Utah, not Montana. But the night before I booked the permit, I found the photo on my kitchen table. I hadn't put it there. It looked the same at first glance, but when I brought it closer to the light, something had changed. The background, the lake, the mountains, was sharper, as if the image had been reprinted from a clearer negative. And behind the lone figure, behind me, there was now a faint red blur near the tree line. A tent. I stood there for a long time, the refrigerator humming behind me, until the house felt too small to hold my thoughts. I slipped the picture back into its envelope and shoved it in the back of a drawer. It's been 2 years since then. I still hike, though never alone. Sometimes I tell people the story, softening the edges. Say I found an old campsite with strange photos, leave out the rest. They laugh, say the woods can play tricks on you. I agree, it's easier that way. But every once in a while, usually in the quiet hours before dawn, I'll wake and see a faint red glow through the window. Always the same color. Muted, blood, diluted. The shade of something left too long in the sun. When I blink, it's gone. Streetlight, I tell myself. Tail, light reflection. Always something explainable. I haven't looked at the photo in months. I'm afraid that if I do, I'll find the tent closer. Or maybe I won't be in the picture anymore at all. Last week, a letter arrived from Glacier National Park. plain envelope, government crest. Inside was a short note, Mr. Franks. We recently recovered personal items matching your name and description near Avalanche Lake. If these belong to you, please contact the ranger office for return. Glacier NP Administration. No list of items. No details. I didn't call. The letter's still on my desk, beside the photo. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if someone else might have found the tent again. Standing alone, faded red against the snow. Maybe they looked inside, found a picture, wondered who the man on the far left was. Maybe they'll tell the story someday, around a campfire or a classroom or a bar, trying to make sense of it. And someone will say, "That sounds real." And they'll be right, because it was. My name is Jenna Kilpatrick, and I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska, in the kind of family that took camping very seriously. My father was an engineer who believed that every child should know how to build a fire, gut a fish, and read the weather just by looking at the clouds. My mother was quieter about it, but she loved the lake more than anyone. She said it steadied her. That summer, when I was 9, we spent almost every weekend at Lake Kenai. My parents called it our second home. It's strange to think about how peaceful it seemed then. When I picture that summer now, I remember light. The kind of pale, endless light that Alaska keeps even in the late hours. The air smelled of pine and wet soil, and the lake itself looked like a piece of glass the mountains forgot to keep. That's how I remember it before everything shifted, before the boy appeared. We arrived that weekend on a Friday. My father parked the truck beside the narrow path that led down to the lake, and I remember the crunch of gravel under my sneakers. I carried a fishing pole almost as tall as me, and Mom laughed because I kept tripping on it. We set up camp in the usual spot, near the birch trees that leaned slightly east, as if bowing toward the water. There were other campers that day, but not many. A couple in a canoe near the far bank, and an older man who fished alone, his red cap bobbing whenever he cast his line. Nothing unusual. The quiet was thick enough to hear the small sounds, the wings of flies, the drip of water from an oar. By dusk, the sky went that lavender color it only gets near the lake. My parents were talking near the fire, and I had wandered down toward the shoreline. I liked to skip stones, even though I was terrible at it. I remember bending to pick one up and seeing movement across the lake. Someone standing in the shallows. At first I thought it was the old fisherman, maybe waiting out to pull in his line. But the figure was smaller. A kid. He stood so still that I couldn't tell if he was real or a reflection. The light made everything shimmer. Then the wind shifted, and I heard something faint. Water lapping, and a soft splashing sound like someone taking a step. The boy was maybe my age, maybe younger. His clothes were dark and clung to his body, as if he'd just come out of the water. I remember saying, "Hey!" But he didn't answer. I took a few steps closer, feeling the cold mud squeeze between my toes. That's when I noticed something off. He wasn't dripping anymore, even though his clothes were soaked. The fabric looked heavy but still. He lifted his head and I could see his face. Pale. Too pale for the warmth of that evening. His eyes looked gray. But not the kind of gray you find in living eyes. They were more like the color of rain. I froze, not out of fear, just confusion. Then he said something. Quiet, carried across the water like a breath. I didn't catch the words, but I heard my name, clear enough that my stomach dropped. I turned and ran back to camp, My parents were still by the fire. When I tried to tell them, they listened in that distracted, smiling way adults do when they think a child's just telling a story. Dad said, "Probably one of the neighbor's kids." Mom asked which direction I'd seen him. But when we looked out toward the lake again, no one was there. I didn't sleep much that night. The tent walls moved with the wind, and I kept hearing small sounds outside. Rustling. The soft slap of water. Around midnight, I sat up and peered through the flap. The moon was bright enough to see the path leading down to the shore. Someone was standing at the edge again. The same small shape. The same stillness. He wasn't moving, just watching the lake. I remember whispering for my mom, but her breathing stayed steady beside me. I thought maybe I'd imagined it, that it was just my mind replaying what I'd seen earlier. But when I blinked, he was gone, and the ripples in the water spread out slow, like something had just stepped in. The next morning, my parents decided to take the canoe out. I stayed behind. I told them I wanted to draw. But really, I didn't want to get too close to the water again. I sat on the log by the fire pit, sketching the trees, when I heard footsteps behind me. Light ones. I thought maybe my mom had come back for something, but when I turned around, he was there. Up close. The boy looked even younger, maybe 7 or 8. His hair stuck to his forehead, dark and uneven, as if someone had cut it with dull scissors. His clothes were simple, a long, sleeved shirt buttoned crookedly, dark trousers, no shoes. His feet were bare and pale, with bits of dirt clinging to them. I didn't move. Neither did he. We just stared at each other for a few seconds that felt longer than they were. Then he tilted his head, as if he was listening for something behind me. "Do you live here?" I asked. My voice sounded too loud in the quiet. He blinked. Then he said, "I did." His voice was soft, calm, not like the whisper I'd heard before. I wanted to ask what he meant, but he looked past me again, toward the lake. His eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. "Do your parents know you're here?" I tried again. He didn't answer. The air felt colder suddenly, like the warmth had drained out of the day. I noticed then that he was wet again, little droplets forming on his sleeves, sliding down like condensation on glass. I remember wanting to run, but curiosity kept me still. Kids have that strange mix of fear and fascination. I just watched him. He stepped closer to the water, then looked over his shoulder at me and said, "They don't come out anymore." "Ooh," I asked. But he only stared for another heartbeat before stepping into the lake. I don't mean walking into it the way you'd expect. He didn't wade through the shallows or make a splash. He just seemed to slide beneath the surface, like a reflection disappearing when the light changes. My parents came back an hour later, laughing, dripping from the canoe. I told them what I saw. This time they took me seriously enough to look around the campsite, calling out in case another child was wandering nearby. But there were no footprints near the shore except mine. That night, my mom asked one of the older locals about it, the man with the red cap who fished every weekend. I listened from the edge of the firelight while he talked. He said, almost casually, "There was a boy drowned here, long time ago, maybe 15 years back. Slipped from the rocks when the water was high. His folks used to come around for a few summers after, but they moved away." Mom thanked him and tried to brush it off when she came back to the tent, but she looked uneasy. I didn't press her. We left the next morning. Dad said he had work, and that we'd come back another weekend. We didn't, though. Not for a long time. I never forgot the boy's face. It stayed with me the way certain songs or smells do. Quiet waiting. Years passed. We moved to a new house. My parents grew older, retired. I went to college out of state, built my own life. I didn't think much about Lake Kenai. Not until my mother passed away 2 decades later. It was after the funeral that I felt the pull to go back. Grief makes you nostalgic in strange ways. I wanted to see the place again, to remember her in that light she loved so much. So I packed a small bag, rented a cabin near the same shoreline, and drove out there alone. When I reached the lake, it looked almost exactly the same. The birch trees still leaned toward the water. The air still had that damp sweetness to it. Even the quiet felt familiar, though maybe a little heavier. I set my things down in the cabin and walked toward the shore as the sun lowered behind the mountains. The surface of the lake caught the light, turning it gold for a moment before fading back to steel gray. That's when I saw him again, standing at the edge of the water. Same soaked clothes, same stillness, and when I whispered his name, though I hadn't realized I remembered it until that moment, he turned. He hadn't aged a day, and he remembered mine. The next morning, I woke before sunrise. The air was still and gray, the kind of cold that hangs over the lake before the world wakes up. I made coffee in the cabin's tiny kitchen and tried not to look out the window, but my eyes kept drifting there anyway. The lake was calm, empty. It would have been easy to believe I'd imagined him. Grief does that. It makes ghosts out of memories. I told myself that's all it was. A trick of the light, nostalgia shaped into something human. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching from the shore. I walked down later that morning, just to prove to myself that everything was normal. The mud was soft beneath my boots, dotted with old footprints hardened by sun and time. The air smelled the same as it had when I was gnawing damp wood fish, the faint metallic tang of cold water. I sat on the same log where I'd seen him all those years ago. Nothing stirred. No voices, no footsteps. Only the gentle movement of the water, nudging at the stones. I almost laughed at myself for expecting more. Then I noticed something half buried in the sand. A small button, dark and rusted, with a single thread still attached. I brushed it clean with my thumb. It looked old, but not ancient. Like it had been there a while, waiting. I pocketed it without thinking. By noon, I'd convinced myself to stay another night. I spent the day walking the trails around the lake, taking photos like a tourist. When I came back, the sky had turned heavy with clouds. The light faded fast, and the forest started to close in with that soft, muffled quiet it gets before rain. I lit a fire in the cabin's small stove, made a simple dinner, and sat by the window with my journal. Writing helps me make sense of things, or at least used to. I wrote down what I remembered. The boy's face, his voice, the way the water folded over him. Putting it into words made it smaller, safer. The rain began just after dark. Thin at first, then steady. I could hear it tapping against the glass. I was getting ready for bed when something caught my attention. A reflection in the window. It looked like someone standing near the tree line. Just a shadow at first. I turned off the lamp to see more clearly, but the shape didn't disappear. It was there, still, at the edge where the grass met the shore. I waited, breath caught halfway in my chest, telling myself it could be a trick of light or a tree moving in the wind. But trees don't move that way. The shape shifted closer. Slow. Measured. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter, went to the door, and hesitated. Every sensible part of me said to stay inside, but curiosity is stubborn. It always has been. When I stepped outside, the rain cooled my skin instantly. I swept the light across the clearing. Nothing. Just wet grass and the glimmer of water beyond. The air was silent except for the rain. I was about to go back in when I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate, behind me. I turned, light trembling in my hand. The beam caught him full on. The same boy. The same soaked shirt and pale skin. Water glistened along his hairline but didn't drip. His eyes met mine with a familiarity that sent something cold through me. "Jenna," he said. It wasn't a whisper this time. His voice was clear, steady, as if no years had passed. I froze. I didn't answer. I couldn't. He looked smaller somehow, his shoulders drawn in like he was waiting to be scolded. Then he said, "You came back." I managed to find my voice. "Who are you?" He blinked slowly. "You know." The words came out like a statement, not a question. "I don't," I said, stepping back. The grass squelched under my boots. "You shouldn't be here." He tilted his head in that same way he used to. "Neither should you." Something about the way he said it, the calm certainty, made my chest tighten. I turned the light toward the trees, hoping to break the moment, but when I looked back, he was gone. The rain fell harder, hiding every sound. I stayed there a while, heart thudding, scanning the dark for movement. But the clearing stayed empty. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire until dawn. The next day, I drove into town just to be around people. I found a diner that hadn't changed much since I was a kid. Same linoleum floor, same smell of coffee and bacon. The waitress noticed the tired look in my face and asked if I was staying by the lake. When I said yes, she paused. "You alone out there?" I nodded. She hesitated, then leaned on the counter. "You hear about that place?" I told her I'd been there as a child. She smiled thinly. "Then you might have heard the stories." I didn't want to seem superstitious, so I just shrugged. She went on, "They say there's a boy. Folks see him sometimes near the water. My uncle swore he saw him back in the 80s. Said he drowned one summer. Can't find peace, they think." The way she said it, soft, almost apologetic, made something in me twist. "Do you know his name?" I asked. She frowned, trying to remember. Matthew, maybe, or Michael, something with an M. It didn't feel right. I didn't correct her, but in my mind, I heard it clearly a lie. I thanked her, paid for my coffee, and left. Back at the cabin, the lake was quiet again. Too quiet. The air had that charged feeling right before a storm, though the sky was clear. I walked down to the shore with my camera, thinking maybe I could catch something. Some proof that would make sense later. There were faint marks near the waterline. Not quite footprints, but indentations that matched the size of a small foot. The edges shimmered slightly, filled with water, as if made moments before. I crouched, took a picture, and when I looked up again, there was movement across the lake. He was standing there. The distance between us felt like nothing. Even through the mist, I could see every detail. The line of his shoulders, the way his shirt clung to him. He didn't move, just watched. I raised my camera, but when I clicked the shutter, the lens fogged over. I wiped it clean, snapped again, and he was gone. I checked the photo on the screen. The image showed the lake, calm and colorless. but near the left edge, barely visible, was a faint blur shaped like a boy. That night I dreamed of water. I was standing waist, deep in the lake, the surface smooth as glass. Something cold brushed against my leg, then wrapped around my ankle like a hand. I woke gasping, the sound of dripping echoing in the cabin. There was water on the floor. Just a few small puddles leading from the door toward the bed. My first thought was that I'd left the door open. That rain had blown in. But when I checked, the door was shut tight and the puddles were warm. I didn't sleep again after that. The next morning, I packed my things, ready to leave. But something stopped me at the threshold. The feeling that if I left without understanding, the story would never let me go. I'd carry it the rest of my life wondering. So instead of driving away, I walked back to the lake one last time. The air was still. Mist floated low across the water. I stood where I had when I was 9, the memory overlaying the present like two images misaligned. "Eli," I said quietly. For a moment, nothing. Then a ripple moved across the surface, slow and deliberate. A shape began to rise from the shallows, the water parting around it. He stepped forward, barefoot, his clothes clinging like before. His expression wasn't frightening, just sad. "You shouldn't keep coming back," he said. I swallowed hard. "Why me?" He glanced toward the trees. "You saw. That's all it takes." I wanted to ask more, but he shook his head. The air between us felt heavy, like the pressure before a storm. Then he smiled, small, almost human, and said, "They always come back." I blinked and he was gone. Only the ripples remained, spreading until the water went still again. When I turned to leave, something caught my eye in the sand. A second button, identical to the first, dark and corroded. I didn't pick it up. I went back to the cabin, locked the door, and started the car. But as I drove away, the rearview mirror caught the glint of the lake, and for an instant, I thought I saw him standing there again, watching. I thought leaving would help. It didn't. The drive back to Anchorage was long and gray. The road bordered by trees that blurred together until they looked like one unbroken wall. I tried to focus on the hum of the tires, the music on the radio, anything but the weight in my chest. But even miles away from Lake Kenai, the smell of wet earth clung to me. When I got home, I unpacked just enough to make the place look lived in again. The cabin's dampness still followed me. My suitcase smelled faintly of moss. That night, I ran a bath and tried to soak the feeling away. I remember watching the steam rise and thinking I'd been ridiculous, that I'd let old stories and grief twist my mind. Then, as I reached for the towel, I noticed a smear on the bathroom mirror. It looked like condensation, but when I wiped it, it didn't clear. It was shaped like a handprint, small, the size of a child's. I stood there until the water went cold. Over the next few days, I tried to settle back into routine. Work, groceries, polite conversations that didn't require real answers. But things started shifting in ways that were small at first. The faint sound of dripping when every tap was dry. A wet footprint by the front door after I'd just mopped. The button I'd brought back from the lake kept showing up in odd places. My coat pocket, my desk drawer, the edge of my pillow. I threw it out once. The next morning it was back on my nightstand. By the 5th day, sleep came in fits. Every dream was water, black, bottomless. I'd wake with the taste of lake air in my mouth, my hair damp against the pillow. I decided to call my father. He was living in Oregon by then, retired, spending most of his days gardening and pretending not to miss Alaska. When he answered, his voice sounded older than I remembered. "Dad, do you remember the boy at the lake?" I asked. He went quiet. After a moment, he said, "You still thinking about that?" "I saw him again," I said, "last week. At Kenai." A sigh came through the line. "Jenna, you were a kid. You heard us talking around the fire. Someone mentioned the accident that happened years before. You just knew my name," I said. The silence stretched, then softer. "Your mother used to dream about him too." That caught me off guard. "She never told you?" he asked. "After that weekend, she'd wake in the night, say she'd seen him by the window, said he was calling to you." He let out a dry laugh that wasn't really a laugh. Was stopped going back after that. The line crackled. For a moment, I thought I heard water under his words. A faint trickling sound, like a faucet left on. Then it was gone. "Dead," I said slowly. "What if he's real?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "Some things just want to be remembered, honey. That's all." I didn't know what to say. When we hung up, the room felt colder. That night, I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lights. I left the lamp burning and sat by the window, staring at the street outside. Around 2 in the morning, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember is the sound of water again. Not dripping this time. Pouring, steady like a river running through the house. I jolted awake. The carpet beneath my feet was soaked. The sound led me to the hallway. The front door was ajar, pale mist curling through the gap. I stepped outside barefoot. The night air bit at my skin. The street was empty, but there, halfway down the block, stood a boy. Same clothes, same posture. Water pooled around his feet, but it didn't spread. It stayed contained, like the ground itself refused it. He looked at me, expression unreadable. "Why won't you leave me alone?" I asked, my voice shaking. He tilted his head. "You came back." His words carried the faintest echo, as if spoken from underwater. "What do you want?" And for the first time, I saw something flicker across his face. Fear. Not of me. Of something behind me. "Don't turn around," he said. The air thickened. I could feel it pressing against my back, heavy wet. A smell rose. Mud rot, the stale breath of the lake. Every instinct told me to run, but my feet wouldn't move. A lie. I whispered, the name slipping out like a memory. "What's happening?" He took a step forward. His voice lowered. "It remembers you." "What does?" The question hung there, unanswered. Then the light above my porch flickered once, twice, and went out. When it came back, he was gone. Only the puddle remained, reflecting nothing but the dark sky. I didn't go back inside right away. I stood there until the cold sank into my bones, until dawn scraped pale across the roofs. When I finally turned to go in, something caught my eye. A thin trail of wet footprints leading up the steps and through my open door. They stopped at the center of the living room. No farther. After that night, the sounds changed. No longer dripping, but knocking. 3 slow taps on the wall near the head of my bed. Always 3. Always between midnight and 3 a.m. Sometimes I'd wake before it happened, the air already damp, like the moment before a storm breaks. I started researching. Old papers, archives, local news. It took days, but I found it in 1974. Boy age 8 drowned in Lake Kenai while playing near the eastern dock. Body recovered 2 days later. Parents declined interview. His name was Elijah Marin, 8 years old. Same eyes, same quiet. There was a photo, grainy black and white, clipped from a local article. He stood with a fishing pole, smiling shyly. On his shirt, I could just make out the buttons small, dark, round. The same as the ones I'd found in the sand. I printed the page and set it on my kitchen table. For the first time, the story felt solid, real enough to touch. That night, I placed both buttons beside the photo. Then I said his name aloud, not as a question, but as an invitation. "Ali," I said, "you can rest now." For a long moment, nothing. Then the air shifted, warm for once, carrying a faint scent of the lake. I almost believed it had worked. But as I turned away, I heard the faintest splash, right behind me. I spun around. The photo was gone. The table was wet. And beside the button sat a third one, newer, its thread still bright. I didn't scream. I just stood there, numb, understanding something too late. This wasn't about helping him rest. It was about replacing him. The knocking started again that night. Louder this time, not from the wall but from under the floorboards. I pressed my hand to the ground and felt vibration. Slow, rhythmic, like the pulse of something deep below. "Stop," I whispered. It did. For 3 nights after that, silence. Then, on the 4th, I woke to the sound of running water again. Not outside. Inside, the bathtub was full, the tap unmoving. The surface rippled gently, as if stirred by breath. In the reflection, I saw my own face, and behind it, another. He was standing over my shoulder, close enough that I could see the water trailing down his cheek like tears. "You said my name?" he murmured. I turned, but the room was empty. The water in the tub was ice cold. Floating on it were the 3 buttons. I left Anchorage the next morning. Didn't pack much. Just the essentials, and even those felt heavy. I drove south until the highway began to blur, until the land itself seemed to dissolve into mist. I don't know what I was running from anymore. The boy, the lake, or the part of myself that kept answering when he called. It's been 2 months now. I'm writing this from a small town on the coast, renting a room above a cafe that smells of salt and coffee. The sea outside is loud, comforting in its own way. Still, some nights I wake to the sound of dripping again. Always 3 drops, spaced just so. The owner says the plumbing's fine. I don't bother arguing. Sometimes, I take walks at dawn when the tide is low. I tell myself it's just the wind that makes the surface move that way, that shimmer like breath. But the other morning, I found something half buried in the sand. A single dark button worn smooth by salt. I didn't pick it up, but I knew it was waiting. And when I turned toward the water, there he was again, standing at the edge, unchanged. Watching, he smiled faintly, the way he did that first time, and said, "You remembered me." I nodded, because what else could I do? Then he said, "Now they'll remember you." The tide rose higher, folding around his feet, and he stepped forward into the surf, dissolving into the morning light. I haven't seen him since. But every time it rains, I still check the mirrors. And sometimes, they fog from the inside. My name is Marcus Dole, and this happened 6 years ago in Olympic National Forest. I've gone back and forth on whether to tell this story. Even now, thinking about it makes the skin on the back of my neck tighten. I'm not a superstitious person. I've spent a lot of time outdoors, hiking, camping, backpacking. I've dealt with rain that never stopped, raccoons that stole our food, and even one black bear encounter that left me shaking for an hour afterward. But none of that compares to what we saw out there in the Olympic National Forest. This isn't something I can laugh about over beers. It's something I still wake up remembering, in that half-awake space before you realize where you are. It was late August, one of those perfect windows when the weather is dry and the nights are cool enough to sleep comfortably. There were 4 of us, me, my friend Daniel, his girlfriend Rachel, and my brother Aaron. We'd been planning this trip for months, a long weekend to unplug and get off the grid before the fall semester started. Daniel was the planner, the kind of guy who had spreadsheets for camping trips, gear checklists, routes, even meal breakdowns. I was more the let's just go type. Rachel went along with anything as long as she had her camera. Aaron was the quiet one, not unfriendly, just reserved. He liked the peace that came with long hikes and silence. We drove up from Portland early on a Friday morning. The road wound through thick pine forests, the kind that seemed to swallow sound. Once we passed the last small town, it was just miles and miles of green and gray, sunlight flickering through branches. There's something hypnotic about that drive. Like the forest keeps closing in a little more each mile. We finally reached the trailhead around noon. The plan was to hike about 7 miles in, set up camp near a creek Daniel had marked on his map, and spend 2 nights there before heading back out. The first part of the hike was uneventful. The trail was narrow, the air heavy with the smell of wet moss and cedar. Rachel kept stopping to take photos of mushrooms, that old tree roots that looked like twisted hands. Aaron walked behind her, quiet, carrying the heaviest pack without complaint. Around mile 5, the trail started to thin out, less maintained, almost overgrown. We hadn't seen another person since the parking lot. That's when I noticed how quiet it was. Usually, you can hear birds, insects, maybe the wind, but there was this strange hush, like the forest was holding its breath. We reached the creek around 4. It was a beautiful spot. Flat clearing, a few big trees for hammocks, and the sound of running water nearby. We set up camp, got the fire going, and cooked dinner. Daniel brought a small Bluetooth speaker, but the signal barely held, so we ended up listening to the forest instead. It was peaceful for a while. We talked, laughed, shared a flask of whiskey. Then, sometime after dark, Aaron pointed something out across the creek. "Do you see that?" he said, voice low. At first, I thought he meant an animal, but when I looked, I saw a flash of color. Something faint in the moonlight, like fabric moving slightly in the wind. Maybe 50, 60 yards away, between the trees, Daniel squinted. "Probably somebody's camp," he said. Could be a tarp or tent. That made sense, though I hadn't seen anyone else around. Rachel took a photo, zoomed in on the dark blur of blue between the trees. The picture didn't show much, just a streak of color against the black shapes of trunks. We talked about it for a bit, but nobody felt like hiking over there in the dark. We figured we'd check it out in the morning, so we went to bed. The night was still, colder than expected. I remember waking up once, sometime after midnight, hearing what I thought was water splashing. But when I sat up and listened, it stopped. I told myself it was just an animal moving through the creek. The next morning, the sun came up through the trees, turning everything gold. We ate breakfast, packed light, and decided to cross the creek to take a look at that blue thing we'd seen. It didn't seem far, but the underbrush was thick, and the ground got soft quickly. It took us maybe 15 minutes to reach it. That's when we saw it clearly. A blue tarp, strung between two trees with bungee cords and rope. It was old, faded, streaked with dirt and mildew, sagging in the middle from rain or time. Underneath it was nothing at first glance. Just shadow, no tent, no gear, no people. The smell hit us next. Not strong, but off, like rot mixed with wet earth. Daniel called out, "Hello," but his voice sounded small out there. No answer. Rachel lifted her camera again. Aaron crouched near one of the trees, looking at the way the ropes were tied. "Somebody's been here a while," he said. The cords were frayed, stretched like they'd been under tension too long. We hesitated. There was that weird human instinct. You don't want to invade someone's space, but your curiosity pushes anyway. Daniel walked around the tarp, looking for a sign of who set it up. Then he stopped. "Guys," he said quietly, "come here." On the far side, partly hidden under some leaves and dirt, a pit maybe 6 feet across, carved into the ground, edges lined with logs like crude reinforcement. It was deeper than I first thought. When Daniel tossed in a small rock, it took a second before we heard it hit bottom. The smell was worse near the pit. I felt my stomach turn. Rachel held her sleeve over her nose. "What the hell is that?" she whispered. "Animal trap?" Aaron suggested. But it didn't look like that. It looked deliberate. Too deep, too wide. The soil was dark, freshly disturbed in places. Daniel leaned closer, peering down. "I think I see something," he said. He took out his flashlight, flicked it on, and aimed the beam into the pit. The light caught something pale, then movement. Slow, rhythmic. I thought at first it was steam. Then I realized it was the rise and fall of something breathing. Daniel cursed and stumbled back. Rachel made this small sound. Half gasp, half choke. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. My mind couldn't fit what I was seeing. The light caught just enough to suggest a shape down there. Not quite human, but not animal either. The breathing was wet, uneven. Aaron said, "We should go." His voice was steady, but his face had gone gray. Daniel nodded, backing up. "Yeah, we're leaving." But Rachel didn't move. She still had her camera up, trying to focus. "Wet? What is that? Maybe someone's hurt." "Rachel, stop," I said. "We're going." Then something in the pit moved again. A scraping sound, slow, heavy, and then, soft but clear, a sound like a sigh. We froze. Rachel lowered the camera. Daniel's flashlight beam trembled, casting wild shadows over the tarp. The shape below shifted again, and this time I thought I saw fingers. Too long, white as bone, reach up from the dark. That broke whatever spell held us there. We ran, all of us. Didn't say a word. Just turned and crashed through the trees, across the creek, back toward our camp. My chest burned from the cold air, and I could hear Rachel crying behind me. The kind of sound you don't fake. We didn't stop until we reached our tents. Daniel was the first to speak. "We need to leave." Now, nobody argued. We packed fast, shoving things into bags without caring what went where. I remember glancing across the creek once more. The tarp was still there, just visible through the trees, fluttering slightly. Nothing else moved. We hiked out faster than I thought possible, barely stopping for water. Every sound made me jump. A branch snapping, a bird taking off. At one point, I thought I heard something behind us on the trail, but when I turned, there was nothing. By the time we reached the car, it was late afternoon. We threw our packs in the trunk and just sat for a minute, catching our breath. Nobody wanted to talk about what we'd seen. It didn't feel real yet. When we got back to town, Daniel said he was going to call the ranger station, let them know about the tarp and the pit. I told him I'd go with him. We stopped at a small ranger outpost near the highway, explained where we'd been, what we'd found. The ranger, a middle-aged guy with a sunburned face, listened without interrupting. When we finished, he nodded slowly and said, "You did the right thing leaving. We'll send someone to check it out." That should have been the end of it. We got in the car and drove back to Portland in near silence. I tried to convince myself we'd stumbled on some kind of research site, or an old shelter or an animal burrow that just looked strange in the dark. But that night, when I lay in bed, all I could hear was that sound. The breathing. That slow, steady breathing coming from the bottom of the pit. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Every time I started to drift off, I'd hear it again. The slow, wet sound of breathing echoing in my head. I kept the lights on until dawn, staring at the ceiling, half expecting to hear something moving in the apartment. The next morning, I told myself it was over. We'd left the forest. We'd done the responsible thing. Told the ranger, filed the report. But the thing about fear is, it doesn't care about logic. It just waits for quiet moments to crawl back up your spine. Classes started again that week, and on the surface, everything was normal. Daniel went back to work. Rachel posted a few scenic photos from the trip, carefully avoiding anything that hinted at the tarp. Aaron stopped answering texts for a few days, which wasn't unusual for him, but it still bugged me. When we finally met for coffee, I could tell he wasn't sleeping either. He looked thinner, pale. "You still thinking about it?" I asked. He didn't answer at first, just stirred his coffee until it went cold. Then he said, "You saw it move too, right?" I nodded. "Yeah." Aaron looked out the window. "I've been hearing it. At night." I laughed, but it came out wrong, too sharp. "Man, don't say that." "I'm serious," he said quietly. "It's like I wake up and it's there. That breathing. Not in the room. Just close enough that I can't tell where it's coming from." We sat there a while after that, neither of us knowing what to say. When we parted, I told myself he was just shaken up. We all were. That kind of fear sticks for a bit and then fades, right? But it didn't fade. A few days later, Daniel texted me that the ranger station had followed up. He said they sent a team out there but couldn't find anything. No tarp. No pit. Just an empty patch of woods. I called him. "What do you mean, nothing?" They said it looked like nobody had been there in years. No tracks. No rope marks, nothing. That didn't make sense. We'd all seen it. We'd walked through that mud, crossed that creek, touched the tarp. It couldn't just disappear. Rachel didn't want to talk about it anymore. She said she deleted the photos she'd taken that day. It was making me feel sick. She told me, like something's wrong with the air in them. Daniel shrugged it off after that, like he wanted to seal it up in a box and move on. But I couldn't. Every night I heard it again. Not loud, just soft, steady. Like it was under the floor or behind the wall. Sometimes it would stop for a second, and that pause felt worse than the sound itself, like it was listening back. A week passed, then two. I started leaving the TV on at night for background noise. Still, the breathing slipped through somehow. Then one night, around 3 a.m., I woke up to water dripping. I thought I'd left the kitchen faucet on. but when I went to check, it was dry. The sound wasn't coming from the sink. It was coming from the hallway closet. I just stood there, staring at the door. The drip kept going slow, irregular. I reached for the handle, hesitated, then opened it. Nothing. Just coats and boxes. The air smelled damp, though, like wet soil. That was when I started wondering if I'd brought something back with me. Not something physical, something else. Maybe just guilt, maybe memory. But it felt alive in its own way. The next morning, I drove to Aaron's place. His car was in the driveway, but he didn't answer the door. After a minute, I heard movement inside, so I called out. He opened the door a crack. His eyes were bloodshot, skin pale. The place smelled stale, like he hadn't opened the windows in days. "You okay, man?" I asked. He shook his head. "It's worse." "What do you mean?" Aaron stepped aside. "Listen." We stood in his living room. Silence stretching out, and then I heard it, faint under the hum of the refrigerator. Breathing. Slow. He whispered, "I tore up the carpet in my bedroom last night. I thought it was under the floor. But it's not. It's everywhere." I didn't know what to say. We both stood there, staring at nothing. I told him to get some rest, maybe see a doctor. But he just nodded absently, like he hadn't heard me. That night, I couldn't sleep again. I tried music, tried whiskey. Nothing worked. Around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text from Aaron. "Aaron, it's not just breathing. It's saying something." I called him right away, but he didn't answer. I left messages, then drove over, half awake, heart pounding. When I got there, the house was dark. His car was gone. The front door was locked. He didn't come to class the next day, or the day after. Daniel called the police eventually. Said Aaron might have gone hiking again. But his gear was still at home. His boots, his pack, everything. 2 days later, they found his car parked at the same trailhead we'd used for the trip. No sign of him. The rangers said they searched for 3 days. Nothing. No footprints, no tent, no signs of struggle. Just the forest, quiet as ever. Rachel stopped answering messages after that. Daniel moved apartments, closer to downtown. I don't blame them. Some things you just don't want near you. I told myself I'd go out there too, try to look for him. But I couldn't make myself do it. Every time I thought about that place, the smell, the pit, the sound, I froze. The memory wasn't fading anymore. It was getting sharper. One night, I woke up to my phone buzzing again. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me swipe it open. Static then. Faint, distant, breathing. I hung up, threw the phone across the room, sat there shaking. The call history just said, "No caller ID." The next morning, the ranger from before called me. Said they'd found something near the creek. It was a tarp, he said. Looked pretty new. No pit this time. Just the tarp strung up between trees. No sign of anyone nearby. I didn't ask how he got my number. I just thanked him, hung up, and sat there for a long time, staring at my hands. That night, I took a walk to clear my head. The city was quiet, cool wind in the alleys. When I came back home, I saw something by the curb. A folded blue tarp, damp from rain, lying beside the trash bins. I didn't touch it. I went inside, locked the door, turned every light on. The sound didn't start right away this time. I almost believed it was gone. But around 4 a.m., when the world was dead quiet, I heard it again. Slow, wet, steady, and underneath it, so faint I almost missed it, a whisper. One word, down. For a long time after that night, I convinced myself I'd imagined it. The whisper, the tarp by the curb, even the call. Sleep deprivation does strange things to you. I told myself that's all it was. Exhaustion. That I was letting the forest live rent free in my head. But fear has a way of building quiet nests. It doesn't shout. It settles. I started noticing little things first. My phone alarm would go off at 3:07 a.m., even when I hadn't set it. The smell of damp soil would drift through the apartment after rain, though I lived on the 3rd floor. My plants started dying one by one, leaves curling in on themselves as if shrinking from light. I kept telling myself to get out more, see people, be normal. But normal became slippery. At the grocery store, I'd think I heard someone breathing behind me. A slow exhale, too close. On the bus, I'd catch flashes of blue at the edge of my vision, like fabric fluttering between buildings. I started recording at night, just to prove there was nothing there. I left my phone on the nightstand, voice memo app running until morning. The first few nights, all I caught was silence. Then, on the 5th, there was a sound. Not breathing, not exactly. Just a faint shift, like someone stepping on loose soil. When I listened to it the next morning, the hairs on my arms stood straight. Because underneath that sound, almost inaudible, there was a voice, my own, saying the word, down. I didn't remember saying it. That day I called Daniel. He didn't pick up. He'd blocked my number a week earlier, after I'd left him too many messages. I think he was done pretending it hadn't happened. Rachel had moved out of state. No one left to talk to except empty rooms. That night, I sat at my desk and pulled up maps of Olympic National Forest. I traced the route we took, the place where we saw the tarp. The lines blurred after a while, all the trails starting to look the same. My vision fuzzed like static, and when I blinked, for just a second, I thought I saw a small circle drawn there in blue ink. But when I looked again, it was gone. Maybe that was the moment I realized it wasn't about the forest anymore. Whatever I was fighting, it wasn't out there. It was here, in me. Still, part of me needed to know. So I emailed the ranger station, the same one we'd reported to before. Just a short message. Hi. This is Marcus Dole. I was wondering if there were any updates about the search for my brother. An hour later, the email bounced back. Address not found. The next morning I drove by the ranger outpost in person. Or tried to. The turnoff looked different. The sign that used to point toward it was gone, overgrown with moss. I kept driving until the road curved into a wall of fog, and the GPS lost signal. After 10 miles, I turned back. That's when I noticed I'd been humming. Low, without realizing. The same rhythm as the breathing from that night. Back home. I tried to write everything down. The dates, the sounds, the little moments that didn't add up. I thought maybe putting it on paper would shrink it, make it small enough to hold. But the more I wrote, the less certain I felt about what really happened. Had there even been a pit? Maybe it was just a shadow, a hole filled with water, a trick of light. I remembered us running, but couldn't remember what direction. I remembered the ranger's face, but not his eyes. Sometimes memory isn't a story. It's a loop. I started having dreams again. Always the same one standing at the edge of that clearing. The tarp above me. Blue light filtering through it like water. I hear breathing, but it's mine. The ground gives a little under my feet, soft like soil that's been turned recently. I kneel, reach down, and my hand touches something cold, smooth. I lift it, and it's just a mirror, my reflection staring back, mouth slightly open, exhaling. I always wake up before I drop it. One afternoon, I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single photo, a printout, slightly blurred. A forest clearing, trees in the background, and hanging between them, faint but visible, a blue tarp. My first instinct was to call someone. The police, a friend, anyone. But who would I call? What would I even say? I burned the photo in the sink. The paper curled black, smoke curling into the air. The smell stayed faint and wet. It's strange. After that, the sound stopped. No more breathing, no dripping, no whispers. The silence was worse. It pressed in on me like the weight of dirt over a buried thing. Weeks passed. Then months. I started seeing a therapist. I told her I'd been having recurring dreams about a forest. She asked if I wanted to try guided imagery, to revisit the dream safely. I said sure. She asked me to close my eyes, picture the place, describe what I saw. I told her about the trees, the creek, the smell of pine and rot, the tarp, the pit. Good, she said gently. Now I want you to imagine walking closer to it. What do you feel? I hesitated, like something's waiting for me to look down. Can you look? I don't want to. Try, she said. So I did. And all I saw was my own face, looking back from the dark, eyes open, lips moving like it wanted to say something. But no sound came out. When I opened my eyes, the therapist was watching me carefully. What did you see? She asked. Nothing, I said. She nodded slowly, wrote something in her notebook. That night, I dreamed again. Same place, same quiet. But this time, the tarp was gone. Just trees and wind and the faint sound of water. I thought maybe that was a good sign. Maybe it was ending. Then, right before I woke, I heard my brother's voice. Clear, calm. It's not the forest, Marcus. It's you. I woke up shaking, my sheets damp with sweat. Morning light cutting through the blinds. The world looked normal. Birds outside, a car starting, the hum of the fridge. But sometimes, when I stand too still, I can still feel that breath behind me. Not quite touching, just close enough to stir the air. I moved apartments last year, changed jobs. I even stopped hiking. I thought distance would help. It hasn't. I've learned it's not about where you go or what you see. It's about what follows you quietly, waiting for the next still moment to remind you it's there. If you ask me now what really happened in that forest, I don't think I could tell you. Maybe there was something breathing at the bottom of that pit. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe the pit was just a place we built inside ourselves, a space to hold everything we didn't want to face. All I know is this: when the wind moves through the trees just right, it sounds like a long, slow exhale. And I still can't tell if it's mine.